Mecca. Thank you, King. Look at my kings. Y'all love to y'all. Thank you for
Pulled up, definitely.
How you feel, baby?
I've been feeling great. Juneteenth has been good for me. I've been having conversations all day about the holiday, especially with my mom. We were talking about how, it's not like this is brand new. I guess it is, and that's where I actually might give Trump some credit. Trump didn't make this popular, but he did make it popular to white people. White people clearly had no clue that Juneteenth happened, why Juneteenth happened, what we were ever talking about. It was almost like Kwanzaa to them. Like if we said it, they just like, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like they never paid no mind.
Yeah, I saw like a little thread early on Instagram where they were like, a lot of people gave Blackish some credit because they was like, oh, this is my first time hearing, like mostly, white people were saying, that's their first time hearing about Juneteenth was because of Blackish.
That's crazy. Well, yeah, I did a post today on Cash Color Cannabis where I did Juneteenth for Dummies for anybody who, all the people who read my site and don't know what Juneteenth is. So I kind of gave them a little crash course on what it was, how it started, where we at, from Texas actually making it a state holiday to where we are, where Coca-Cola and people like that are giving people paid holidays, man. Congratulations to y'all.
Right.
Congratulations, man. Last year this time that was not even an option. I wish you'd have walked and said, where's my Juneteenth pay?
Right. It's crazy to see what all has happened within a year. You know what I'm saying? Like crazy.
Yes, and
I appreciate the explosion.
You gotta credit protesters, and it goes back to saying that you what's tried and true will work. You gotta have a consistent effort though, and you gotta have a consistent group of voices all yelling the same thing. And when you have people doing that, like you've seen happen over these last 2-3 weeks now, you force change, and you see how quick change will be forced to meet whatever they feel like would be something that you would want to have. And I'm glad that people aren't letting off the gas. Like this isn't enough. I'm glad that it's a holiday and all this other stuff, but it's really not enough, not even close. So that's my spill on Juneteenth today.
Yeah, I feel I definitely agree. It's definitely not enough. Some of these are definitely small wins, but we got a way bigger giant to face.
Yeah, of course, man. But I'm liking I'm liking how vocal people are. I'm not one of those people. I'm not going to chastise you for being late to a party. Like I don't care if you this is your first Juneteenth or this is your first protest. Like I've been walking up and down streets for years. You know what I mean? Like I can applaud people who started something one time or have been doing it forever. But as long as you out here making your voice known and making it known why you're yelling out loud and why you're making these posts and why you're doing this, you're helping the cause no matter what you want, no matter what somebody tells you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, can't leave our people out. Everybody must come.
Yeah, everybody must come, man. We got to get out of that mentality of it's almost like a weird elitism. Like just because you got something earlier doesn't means that for some reason are better than somebody else. Like how does that help the situation?
Right, correct. Yeah, I definitely agree with you.
Yeah, so. But Chef, what's good with you, man? Like I know you want here. Talk to us about you. Like you have an amazing background. I know you're doing a lot of great things, and it's great to have you down here in Atlanta finally.
I'm sorry, Mecca. Were you talking to me?
Oh, my fault. As Chef, I said, hey, Chef, it's crazy that you down in Atlanta. Like, you should talk about a little bit of some of the stuff that you've been doing lately.
Oh, yeah, man. So recently just got back to Atlanta, maybe like a month or two ago. Been in California prior to that. But private chef, all plant-based. I've been on and vegan for about 6 years, on and off, but consecutively 4 years, going on 5. But yeah, cannabis, I infuse just about anything I touch. Doesn't have to be infused for people who aren't into the edible. It can be plain as well too. Yeah. But yeah, I'm really excited to be back home because I'm originally from Atlanta, Georgia. So I'm excited to be back here, and I want to, get out in politics, network. Me and you gotta link up, and get some dinners, get something popping, something on the table for our people.
Definitely. I'm always with it, man. We've done live activations at the podcast before. We had people.
Right. Yeah, I've seen. I was like, yeah, man, I gotta tap in when I get there.
Man, let me know, man. I'm always open for it. But the COVID and all other things. We even suffered through the curfew. Because our studio is literally downtown. So when the curfew went up, we were ready to start this. I remember we was ready to start the live show that Tuesday, and then we all get a notice saying we can't even get outside past 8 o'clock. And I'm like, but I do the show at 9. You know,
Yeah.
so
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a killer.
yeah, so I'm stuck.
Tiffany, is she on?
It looks like she's muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
I can hear you. Hello,
Hey, how you doing,
Tiffany.
Tiffany?
How you feeling?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing great tonight.
Good.
And everybody looks beautiful.
Hey man, it's June,
Thank
that
you.
Juneteenth glow.
Yes, we free, baby. We
Yeah,
Exactly. You know,
Yes,
everybody
everybody know we free.
it's that Juneteenth glow, man.
doing that self-care like we supposed to be doing.
Yes, man, and it's great that we're here together on this amazing event. You know, the Juneteenth Virtuation, which I love the name when it was first presented to me. The Juneteenth
Yeah, the name.
Virtuation.
Exactly. When I saw it, I was like, yes.
Yeah, and you know what? It's good to be a tad bit ahead of the schedule because again, it wasn't until the last couple of days you started even hearing companies start speaking about Juneteenth, and this was something that was in the works that was in the works for a good amount of time. So it's not like you're looking like somebody who's kind of who's trying to come on it towards the end and just kind of ride a wave.
Right, correct.
Yeah. I have my nephew here with me too, so he's gonna listen in.
Oh, great.
Okay, what's good, nephew? Welcome.
Oh, he stepped out for a second. He'll be back.
Yes, thank you guys so much for being a part of the kingdom. You know what I'm saying? It was a prayer, it was a dream, it was a vision. You know what I'm saying? And then just took that step out there. Yeah, honestly, I was just like, fuck it. Because, you know, it was like so many, you know, barriers in my head that would keep me away, you know, prior to it being, it seems like more comfortable, more accepted. You know, working and having the stigma around just really truly being yourself, and especially Juneteenth. I love Juneteenth, y'all. I love Juneteenth, you know. So this year, I mean, actually the end of last year, I was just like, fuck it. You know what? I got to do what's best for me, you know, and it's just really a blessing. I love how the universe works that it came at this time, you know, it kind of aligned, and I'm so fortunate and to be able to, you know, share this with you guys, to share it with the world, you know, and just thank you guys.
Awesome. Well, thank you for letting me be a part of it as well.
Yeah, likewise. I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing the light.
For sure. I appreciate it. I just want to try to learn as much as possible.
Yes. So Mecca and Tiffany, you guys are just coming in. I kind of chopped it up a little bit with Marlon earlier. So it is going to be just like this, a conversation. You know what I'm saying? This is a platform that I've created to be able to bridge that gap between, you know, our thoughts, our businesses, what we do, to the social media world. Because as I was saying before, there are barriers set up for us here as well. You guys know at the first of this year, the algorithms was like, oh my God, what did they do? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I created Can I Work to be that bridge, to be that, you know, that medium. So brand awareness is what we're about, to get those followers, to get those engagements, to get that traffic, because it's important for us in this industry to be able to grow our businesses. And then two, everybody has such knowledge and value to, you know, what we're trying to do, and those that are trying to, you know, follow us. And I say follow us is like, dang, you know, I'm not a Rosa Parks, but however, there's not too many of us in the industry, and paving that road for, you know, those that are curious and those that are already in, but, you know, maybe need a little pushing or just needed to know this one little tidbit. Small businesses, you know, you guys have all this wisdom to pass on to them. So we're going to be talking about that, how to get started, ancillary, touching and non-touching of the plant. Marlon, health in our community is so important. So important. Statistically, we're not just at the top statistically for what's going on right now. We're at the top statistically across the board.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So diet, nutrition, a lot of people, a lot of us, I'm vegetarian. I'm not militant with it. I will have chicken every now and again, you know what I'm saying?
Trust me, that's why I was like, I was there. Like, it was definitely a journey getting there. I thought I was tough and tried to cold turkey it. And about, you know, a week or two later, I'm in the drive-through like, man, what am I doing? I done gave in. But yeah, baby steps. So, like try to take a little bit out each week, each month, But yeah, we definitely get into details about it. But yeah, that's definitely a big factor. Health, if you don't have health, you ain't got nothing else.
True.
Is this just for people that are already in the business, or is this for people that want to learn about getting into the business?
It's a mixture of both, Tiffany.
Okay, because I'm not a business owner yet, but I'm definitely looking into joining the business and just learning, as much as I can to start a business. And I'm definitely going to be going into the health field, like as far as healthy food. And I kind of already started that journey, my spiritual journey, and, just eating healthier and alternatives to what we've been conditioned, to know. But yes, I'm not an entrepreneur yet, but definitely on that path.
Yeah, on that path, speaking into existence. It ain't nothing to it but to do it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure that I would be in here if I'm not supposed to be in here, if it was just for, small business owners.
Look, you're supposed to be in the room where it happens.
You good. Come on in the room.
Let me niche that down a little bit, because I think a lot of us are where you just stated. We all have a niche in this industry. We all have created a space in our industry, whether it's regulated or if it's, we're by compliance. We've all kind of created our niche in this industry, moving forward. You know what I'm saying? So, you cook with cannabis as well, Tiffany. You created your niche, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I'm trying, because I definitely would love to come out with like my own strain, especially like with incorporating other herbs that are beneficial to us and flowers. Like, this is the thing, that's kind of where I am now, with just like researching and learning on my own about all of these things. And I've incorporated in my lifestyle, my family's lifestyle. Like my mom, she's diabetic, and I've been working with her. So it's kind of like, I don't want to call her my guinea pig, but she's like, my family has been like the tester as well as myself, like just to see where we can change it without being on prescription medication that cause more harm to us than good. It winds up causing more problems than that one issue that you have. And I've kind of seen that with her, because the diabetes that she has is pretty low. She takes a pill. It's not like she's on insulin. And she stays pretty regulated, but her doctor still insists on keeping her on medication. And I'm like, why does she have to be on medication when her blood sugar is pretty regulated for the most part? Because we've changed diet and used, herbs. I've done my research to see which herbs help to lower, the blood sugar naturally and keep it balanced. So with us doing that, she stays pretty regulated. And sometimes she may even go a little lower than she needs to. So we really have to like watch what she's doing. Like I kind of just started learning a little bit more about like moringa and dandelion leaf, and those help with that. So she really doesn't need to take her medication for most of the time. So I'm like, look, you off that. I'm like, we know what herbs to use now. Like, I don't really feel like you really need to be taking that medication anymore, even if the doctors say yes. Because I'm like, again, you got to remember, for them, it's a business. So even if they see you doing better, they don't want you to come off that medication, because they make money off of that to keep you on the medication.
Yeah, very true.
And not shameless plug, Tiffany, I just had a guest on my show this past Tuesday, Dr. Monique Berry. She spoke this whole episode about using plants, smoking plants, matter of fact. And she ran down a list of things that she actually recommends. So if you ever get a chance, check out the podcast. Dr. Monique Berry's episode just went up, and she spoke about various plants. And she might be a good person for you to follow, just kind of learn a little bit more.
What's her last name?
Her last name is Berry. Her first name is Monique. And if you look for her Instagram, it's Smoking Lips ATL. So that's the name of her brand. It's kind of funny how she even came up with the name. But if you check her out, her whole life is teaching people how to use plants the same way we use, just weed as a plant. You know what I mean? How you can smoke that and how you can use that for different things as well.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Yeah, I'm just seeing that, the more, like I said, the more research that I do, it's so many things that were put on this earth for us that we really have in our diet that would keep us from having a lot of these ailments. A lot of the ailments that our community, specifically have, they are preventable. It's not like it can't be, prevented or even, we don't like to use the word cure,
Yeah.
but I mean, if you do change your lifestyle, and you eat healthier, and even if it's just in moderation to start, because that's kind of like how I started or whatever, right? I just started like cutting out one thing at a time, or slowly cutting things out. Like I think the first thing that me and my sister stopped eating was beef. We switched to turkey instead of having beef, which is red meat. And then we liked it, so we kept doing that instead of eating the beef. And then it just like gradually, other things we started changing and Xing out. Like we were never really big pork eaters, but we did eat pork. But even that, stopped eating pork. Bacon was like the hardest, but
It's the smell of bacon.
Don't even trip. They got vegan bacon out there. Put that to rest.
Man, the smell of bacon in the morning is so hard to break to get away from.
It's a very distinct smell. I can't say that.
Yeah, yeah.
But again, it's just like a slow, but slowly but surely just Xing out one thing at a time. And then when you find alternatives that either taste similar or just as good that are healthy, it makes it a lot easier. So I'm just like obviously learning more now too, like even with trying to get more on the vegan side of just being basic. Well, I don't even want to say vegan, but like plant-based. Um, it's starting to seem a little bit easier to do that as well because there's so many different things that are alternatives to some of the things that we do eat.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Stick to it. Stick to it. Like you said, when you find the alternatives, the more you do it, the easier it'll get. Like I said, just take time. You ain't gonna be able to cold turkey it. Some can, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't recommend cold turkey in it unless you just really about that life.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're on the right path. Keep doing it. You sound like you know exactly what you're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate it. My nephew is back now.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hey, Tracy.
How y'all doing this evening?
Well, I like that backdrop.
Right.
Thank you. We tried to send it out so y'all have it too.
That's lit. Oh my gosh. Can you send it to me later? That's kind of lit just to have. Oh my gosh.
I see it.
It feel like one of the memes you see on Instagram. Like I feel like saying, well, "Who's next?"
Yeah, we tried to fit everybody on there.
Yeah.
So I hope y'all feel the love.
Yes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Thank y'all for being with us this evening.
Likewise, thank you for having us.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey, yeah, I'm here. I'm moving around. This is Tracy Schultz. She is the founder of Puff and Pretty and our fabulous co-host for the evening. So she got some dope stuff lined up for us too.
Cool.
Thank you.
Let's see here. Trying to multitask, y'all.
Did everybody get to
Hi, Chef. I heard you cooking for us this evening. What we eating on?
No, we're gonna set something else separate. I'm not cooking this evening. I'm not near my kitchen, but we're gonna work something out. I got y'all. We
I was
definitely.
gonna say, if you cooking, man, bring something over to the studio, man. Every Tuesday night at 9 o'clock.
Bro, I'm gonna hold you to it.
Yeah.
Tuesday 9 o'clock. I'm gonna hit you. Be like, yo, I'm outside. Let me in.
Man, pull up, man. Pull up on us.
Right. Let's see here. You want me to email you the background, Nika?
You could.
I'll take that background too, please.
That'd be pretty
Okay.
good, yeah.
I'm trying to send it. Hold on.
I also like how people all quickly adapted to using Zoom. Like I've never had to use Zoom until maybe like last month, but I feel like everybody on Earth has just quickly adapted to using Zoom.
It really has. It really has. It's so many platforms out there now too. Because I think like Google came up with their own thing now.
Microsoft got Teams.
Yeah, it's massive now.
It's just a way to connect, and I think people, with us being in quarantines for so long, a lot of people are just not used to spending this much time by themselves. So they need the connection. Like we literally just did one with our family members. Like a lot of my family lives in Kentucky on my father's side.
Yeah.
So one of my aunts, she just had a 82nd or 83rd birthday. So they decided to do a Zoom where everybody could come on and she
That's
could
lit.
see everybody. So it was cool.
Right. Yeah, that is dope. I don't know if I can say the same for my family. Everybody ain't as tech savvy, but
It was a little difficulty for a little while.
I gotta go to everybody's house and play IT.
Exactly. I can see my mom still yelling at the computer. Why can't y'all see me?
Exactly. It was hilarious because my aunt Doris, she's 82, so they couldn't figure it out because it was her husband, and her sound wasn't right. So her daughter was trying to navigate them, so it took a little minute. It was hilarious. Everybody was just happy. It was funny. I don't know why, Gabby.
Okay, hi Chef, your email on the way. One moment.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Take your time.
Hello.
I got the
Hello, how you doing?
Email that she gives them because maybe I could ask them to send it to her.
Okay. And sent.
great.
Oh, I see yours now, Tracy. What is that, Ozark? Yeah, I can see what you were talking about earlier.
What's your background?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, background's dope. That's cool.
So mine comes up clearer with the iPad versus the laptop.
That's cool. Let's see. Marquisha popped on or hopped off as I set my head back up out here. We got about 40 minutes. So really quick, we had another guest panelist, Eric McNair, Debonair McNair. You guys remember seeing his post?
Yeah.
He has I don't think he's not feeling well and has been, with someone that has been tested positive for coronavirus. So he's not going to be able to make it tonight. So thoughts and prayers and well wishes. He says he's going to take this like a soldier, but love going out to him.
Yes, send our prayers.
Yeah.
So Georgia, both of y'all are in Georgia. Tiffany, you're down in Houston, right?
Oh, I'm in Florida, Port St. Lucie.
Florida.
Yeah, I'm originally from New York though. I've only been out here for like almost 2 years.
Okay, you know what's crazy? I can hear the New York accent now that you say something.
Usually people say I sound like I'm from down south, but that's because there's southern roots too, so it comes out sometimes.
Yeah, I was gonna say New Orleans.
See? That's crazy.
You're a mixture of it all, huh?
Look, I'm all of that. Southern, city, all of it.
I mean, so I'm a mixture of Arkansas, so that's country. Then as a teenager, I lived in Detroit, so I got some city slicker in me. Now I'm in Texas, so yeah.
But shout out Arkansas, because when I did my Juneteenth for Dummies today, they were talking about how slaves, when they finally got the news from Texas that they weren't slaves anymore, a lot of slaves took off and went to other places, and they had mentioned that some went to Arkansas, and that's how the Juneteenth tradition just kind of kept on. People moved to different areas, and people from Texas who had to experience Juneteenth brought the tradition to other places.
Yeah, like I never knew the history, but I remember growing up in Arkansas. That would be this day, come the summertime, we called it Nigga Day. Yeah, country, okay? So what we did was we went to the park Everybody with their cars and their rims, that we looked cute, and that's what we thought we was doing, just having a good time on that day. We didn't know the history.
That's how y'all spend Freedom Day.
Right.
Yeah.
As long as you celebrate.
Yep.
Hey, we celebrated.
When I was growing up, it was the family got together, and I was just told, like, I knew it wasn't Christmas, I knew it wasn't, you know, Thanksgiving and like that, but the family was there. You know what I'm saying? And all they would say is Black People Day, you know. And then growing up a little bit and having to do some exploration, you know, some history research on my own, it's like, oh man, Texas, really? I love, you know what I'm saying? So my family, doing my genealogy research, was actually here during that time. You know, I followed the trail here. So to, you know, to kind of imagine us being here during that time, and, you know, 2 years after we were free, you know what I'm saying? What would that have been like? You know?
All kind of confusion. You know, can you imagine being put out somewhere where you don't have any property, you don't have anything of real ownership other than your name, and that name isn't even yours, really, you know, and you just kind of let go. Like, I could really imagine, like, you know, for Texas to find out 2 years later, I can imagine the kind of shock they must have been in. One, learning that they are now free, and two, Texas is a big state. It's not like you can just wander off and go somewhere else. Like, you could be walking for months and still be in Texas. So you don't even know really where to go.
Facts.
Yeah, so we really got to think about that when we think about our ancestors, that there was so much that they went through that I'm sure that a generation now would really have to second guess. Like, even Harriet Tubman in the Underground Railroad, I know people who wouldn't walk 15 minutes. You know, can you imagine trying to walk?
Yeah, we definitely sensitive. We wouldn't have been able to hang with them.
Man, that's a lot. That's a lot. You talking about walking states, and we're not even talking paved roads. You know, like, you talking going through woods, you talking about going through swamps. Like, at least you have the benefit now of sidewalks.
Know how to hunt, fish.
Yeah, it was a real hunt for you.
So they could eat.
Yeah. Oh, right. How about you was on the hunt? It was a real life purge, man. You was on the hunt.
True.
Yeah, that's a different. Yeah, you got to have a different type of mindset moving like that.
Facts, man. But it's great to see, and I'm glad that the cannabis industry at least is paying attention. I feel like that was something that needed to be done. I'm seeing a lot of people, especially, well, not brands per se, but I'm seeing a lot of people at least speak out and celebrating in their own type, certain type of way. I think that's positive. You know, we don't have a lot of diversity in the cannabis space, but we will. And part of us being in this space is letting people know that there are going to be traditions, there's going to be things that we celebrate that have shit to do with weed. You know, it's going to be the Juneteenths of the world. You might hear Kwanzaa's of the world. You might hear tons of things like that. But this is our culture, and it's going to be what's going to be spoken about. So get used to it.
Right.
Yep. Jump on and get rolled over.
One of my friends, I think she was waiting for the link.
I got it right now. Thank you, Queen.
No problem.
Right now.
Let me check Instagram. I sent the link out too. Check to make sure it was working. So was everybody off for work today, or?
Yes.
I had to...
You want to ask the question?
And also, Tiffany, tell your friend there was if she signed up on Event High, if she signed up on the website, an email was sent out earlier today. So check her email. The link is in there.
Yeah, I had told her that already. I told her to check her spam.
Yes.
So I don't know if she did.
How old were y'all when y'all found out about Juneteenth? Because I'm 24 and I just found out about this last year.
Really? Well, yeah. I've known about Juneteenth for a while. This is easily the first time I've celebrated it, to be completely honest with you. I've never had really a chance to celebrate it. I'm from Boston. It wasn't really something they were celebrating in Boston. By the time I went to school in Charlotte, North Carolina. By the time I got to North Carolina, it wasn't something that was even I don't really even remember that. And this could just be me not paying attention because I was young at the time. I don't remember anybody in Charlotte or North Carolina even mentioning Juneteenth outside of my HBCU. You know, I didn't even remember anybody even mentioning it. So this is honestly the first time I'm actually doing something. I'm actually recognizing it's actually been a conversation in my day, to be completely honest with you. So I'm glad this is happening, you know, because I'm as old as I am and as young as some people are, I would like for this to be a continued conversation
Yeah.
to about, you know, just what happened. Like, you really had a chance where there were people who were free for 2 years, all the way for 2 extra years, you know what I'm saying, before, but there were still people who were in slavery, locked up on a farm and had no clue that they were free. And that is so America. You know, just be completely honest with you, it's real America. Like, I even made a mention in my story today that had to be the slowest special delivery message ever. You know, for you to take it for take 2 years to get to you.
Right. That's intense. I can say same thing with me. I've known about it for a few years, but honestly, this is like the first year where I'm just, you know, celebrating all weekend. It's in my daily conversation. Me and family members, my parents, of course, who are older, so it's kind of like me kind of informing them about it a little bit as well too. So definitely my first year putting my foot on the gas about it.
I see where a lot of states are trying to make it a holiday now, an official holiday. So that's positive.
Yeah, somewhere Texas is gonna yell out, "We did it first." I promise you.
Well, we didn't need no law, okay?
Exactly. So somewhere Texas is gonna tell you, we didn't need a law, but anyway.
Yeah. Everybody else just catching up.
Yeah.
We've always celebrated, as far as I can remember back, and we've always celebrated it one way or another. When I was a teenager or a young adult, Tracy, it was more so that kicking it in the park type of deal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so that's how we knew what it was, but we never like really knew the history.
Mm-hmm.
We just knew that was our day.
And that just kind of feels like a regular, like, everyday thing, because we do that on the weekends, like at the park.
Yeah.
So we celebrate emancipation every day. It's just we really need to signify this day as a day we really celebrate.
Yeah.
Especially with the times now.
There's a good official stamp on it.
Yeah. So hopefully next year we start having pre-Juneteenth parties and stuff like that, like how we have New Year's Eve parties and stuff. Like, hopefully we have pre-Juneteenth parties and then the Juneteenth parties.
And events.
But we need to take the lead then. Make sure it happens.
It's gonna happen next year.
Yeah, we don't wait for nobody else to do it. We just make sure we keep on keeping on.
No, you know, and I agree. You know, again, I speak all, you know, just like I said earlier, the fact that these conversations exist in the space that we're on right now shows me that the cannabis space is going to be okay. We're going to get the diversity in place. Like, that's going to happen. It's not going to be a thing where we're waiting anymore for people to assign roles to us, or we're waiting for a certain group to say this now these new people can come in. People are making their own lane, and I like that.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's also important for us to know the rules and regulations that's out there.
Yes.
So we don't get caught up in nothing.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. But it's happening.
So how do you want the I guess the panels to start? Like, do you want us to just kind of like speak to like what we kind of do and what we kind of do in the cannabis space?
Yeah, so of course there'll be introductions and all that good stuff, but as far as, I'd like for you guys to, you know, blow your own horns, like I was saying before. It's all about brand awareness. So introduce yourselves and, you know, tell the people a little bit about you. We'll just go around the screen, I guess. Feel free to kind of, you know, jump in. I can't really, I don't know how it's gonna look with all of us on here, so we'll round robin it. And I'm pulling up the conversation. I mean, what we're doing is just really going to flow from where we are today. So we really want to start off with Texas, Juneteenth, the history behind it. Mecca absolutely wanted to bring up your article from earlier today, share our experiences with around Juneteenth, the food part of it, of course, because that's always been a huge part of it, food, and the fun part. Who doesn't remember that one cousin everybody was waiting on to come to the barbecue? You know what I'm saying? Oh, Junebug here, you know.
They have to bring.
Let's go take that walk, cuzzo.
Right. What time you gonna get here?
Well, when y'all start talking, since y'all are panelists, I'm not a panelist. I'll probably just like go off of the video and just listen in with, you know, everybody else that's just trying to get information, you know, if they want to get into the business.
Okay.
I'm not a panelist.
We also have some icebreakers, you know, to get everybody acquainted and get comfortable. So
Is First Lady of West Coast, she's still gonna be coming in? Cause like I follow her. That's kind of like how I found out about the event.
Yeah, she's confirmed. Yes.
yeah, I think she's like probably the first hour. Let's see.
We have you guys. It's scheduled for 3 hours from 7 until 10 Central Standard Time. We understand that everybody's in different time zones. So it's kind of, I really appreciate you guys that are staying up later or getting up earlier, depending on how your day is going. You know, some days are ending, some days are beginning, all that good stuff. To be here Central Standard Time in Texas. So people will be jumping in. I know Bo Money said that she preferred later, so she may jump in a little bit later. She's in California. And so may First Lady. However, Marquisha is on here, and she's in California, I think. Yes, Lola's Kisses Lip Balm.
Lolo Kisses. I got mine right here.
Wait, yes, I have mine.
I actually like it.
Can you hear us? You're on mute. There you go.
Can you guys see me? Hi guys.
Hey, Marquisha, how you doing?
How you
I'm
doing?
good. How are you guys doing?
Wow.
Good.
Happy June.
Bear with me, everyone.
Happy Juneteenth. We're gonna be hearing that forever.
Yes.
Happy Juneteenth.
Happy Juneteenth.
Next year we're gonna start at the first of the month. All month.
Oh yeah, that's my whole thing. Make that thing all month.
Make it the whole month.
It should be. Very well should be.
And in summertime, yeah.
Right time.
So what city is everyone in?
This is Mecca, Cash Color Cannabis. I am in Atlanta.
Oh, Atlanta.
Right, Marlon Jones, the high chef, and I'm also in Atlanta as well.
Oh, in the A. And I know you're in Dallas, right, Shamika?
I'm actually in Burleson.
Oh, I thought you were in Dallas. My bad.
I'm about 15 minutes south of Fort Worth.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm in Compton, but like a 5-minute drive, 10-minute drive to LA.
Oh, Compton. I was listening to NWA the other day.
As you should. We all are.
Okay.
And Kendrick Lamar. If you drive down the streets over here, it's a million Kendrick Lamar billboards or murals the artist did.
Really?
I like Kendrick Lamar.
Shout out to DJ Quick
Yes.
too. Let's give Compton love.
And Marquisha, I'm in the Dallas, Arlington area, so that's Metro Dallas. So yeah.
Oh, hi.
Hello, can you see me?
No. Oh, wait, maybe if I do, no. Oh.
You probably have to
Yeah,
extend
this
it.
gallery.
I see you
Yeah.
now.
Hey.
You talking
And
about
it's
a new
another
world.
lady over there. Hi, Tiffany.
And I'm in
Tiffany.
Florida.
We are getting used to a new world right here and right now.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
can barely hear y'all.
Let's see. Yes, it's a 1:45. It's almost that time. Has anyone else had anyone contact them with any troubles with getting in?
No, not
In the
on my
link or
side.
anything?
No, me neither.
I did earlier, but I sent her the link in Instagram and tried to follow up with her.
I'll check it out. Tracy, you got those Can you let I can't see who that is. Can you let that person in for me, please? I'm gonna check my stuff, make sure it's good.
All right, I have a friend that said she bought a ticket, but she hasn't received a link yet or
I
a
don't
code.
think I have the option. Shamika.
What is this? Oh, it's Cody. Okay. Hey, Cody.
Hey, Cody.
Look at the top. Pull out your participants. Let me see. Let me open it up. Let's see. At the bottom, you should see participants. And then okay, click on that. Okay. When somebody comes in, you'll hear that doorbell, and they'll be at the top. What do you see? Your name or my name at the top?
Your name is. Oh, I see my name.
Okay. So right above your name, when somebody comes in, their name will appear, and then if you hover over their name to the right, it'll say admit or decline or something like that. So if it rings, there you go. I'm gonna stay right here, but I'm gonna look and see.
It lets me click on him, but I don't have the access to get him.
Right, and I had a friend that was that didn't receive a link or a code yet either.
All right, y'all, give me 2 and 2.
If you tell they DM me, I can send it through the DM. That helps.
Okay, that's no problem. And what's your
Puffin Pretty?
Puffin Pretty. All right, thank you so much.
Check the chat. I just put the link to the page to have the link. Hey, Cody.
Hey, OG Afro Puff will be on soon. Love, Marquisha.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Me and my baby love the unicorn kisses.
Oh, thank you.
I have to hide it from her because she's sick. So anything she can roll on her lips, she good with it. If she think it's lipstick or something.
Well, send me your address and I'll have to send her a little goodie bag.
Okay, I appreciate that.
No worries, no worries. I love that she loves it. And take some pictures of her using it and I'll put it on my Instagram.
Okay, she'll love that.
That'll be awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me see. Can you guys hear me fine?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
Because I can't hear y'all. I'm going to pause y'all. I'm about to go try to find some headphones. How many minutes I Oh, I got 12 minutes. I'll be back, guys.
All right.
Huh? For what? Are you sure they're ending?
I see. And I had my friend reach out to you, Tracy. I'm not sure if she DM'd you yet.
Yeah, I was just about to say I didn't get anything yet.
Okay, it should be coming from, I think her handle is Carlia.
Okay. Let's see. Not sure. Did Shaminka mention we have a singer coming on?
Oh, who's the singer?
Her name is Ebony, but she goes by OG Afropuff.
Oh, I didn't know she sings. She sings.
Yeah, she sings. And she sounds good. She should be signing on pretty shortly. Mama.
You are best. Have any of you guys been like feeling a pull to want to learn more about your family's history? Like if you don't really know a lot?
I've actually been learning some. In these conversations with my mom these last couple of weeks have taught me a lot about her and a lot about my family. You know, at one point my mother was watching the George Floyd funeral, and it's something I just couldn't wrap my head around. I couldn't do it; just didn't have it in me. But she calls me and she tells me that she was watching it, and she says, she said, I feel like we just been doing this for so long. She said, I remember when I had my first protest was for Emmett Till, and I thought to myself, I said, her first protest was Emmett Till, and then she also marched on she was part of the Montgomery bus boycott. And then you realize that was all 1 year. That was all in the same year. Like all that happened to them all in that 1 year. That one, you're seeing somebody be not only just murdered for nothing, but you watch nothing happen about it, and then you watch people get upset about it because it became a public thing, similar to what she's watching now with George Floyd, which is why she was blown away.
Right.
But then you think about the fact that you also had to participate in a bus boycott, that there was no Uber, no taxis was picking you up anyway. And you were also, by walking, putting yourself in more danger because she lived in Alabama. You know, it's just crazy to hear those type of stories and be reminded of where just a person that as close as my mom came from. Like you are steps away from, man, like just knowing her great grandfather, one of his biggest things, I mean, her grandfather, she was telling me, one of his biggest things was making sure none of his kids were ever sharecroppers. I can't imagine having that thought. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't imagine having that thought. And my mother had that told to her. You know what I mean? Like I was making sure that your father never became a sharecropper, because that's how close we were to slavery at that moment.
Right.
It's just insane, man. So yeah, I've been learning that kind of stuff, you know, and kind of taking that in, that, you know, that's part of your family, and your family saw stuff that's kind of everything's circular. You know what I mean? The stuff that she saw in the 50s, you're seeing right now in 2020.
Yeah, history repeating itself.
How many years later you would think we would be so way past that? But to be honest, the thing is, it never really got as much as people want to believe that it did. it didn't. It just transformed into a different type of slavery.
Yeah.
And we're seeing it more because of the cameras and the internet, everything going viral. So it's definitely in our face.
Man, you know, and you add in COVID and the impact that quarantine had, where people all just sitting in one space. It was almost like a perfect storm, the George Floyd situation, that by the time that happened, people were so itching to even go outside. You know what I mean? That after seeing all that, it was like just piles of people going in the street. You know, just even being in Atlanta, seeing so many people descend downtown, and then to see what downtown turned into eventually, and knowing that that was going to happen in almost every city out here.
So did y'all experience a lot of damage in Atlanta?
Yes, downtown Atlanta definitely. Looting and stuff like that.
Several police cars on fire.
Yeah, several police cars on fire. You know, honestly, you talk about something that how we were just joking about Juneteenth is something we do every day in black communities. I feel like some of the stuff I saw downtown was some of the stuff you just kind of see randomly in Atlanta anyway. I mean, aside from the burnt car.
Really?
Yeah, but you're going to see a lot of randomness anyway when you walk downtown. Like, you will really walk downtown and be like, damn, was that there yesterday or am I tripping?
Man, there's so much change in the city growing. You got new people moving in and out. Like, it's a whole different climate.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Just
like,
imagine how it's gonna be after the summer, because everybody like migrating to different cities now, leaving New York, California.
Yeah,
because they still on lockdown.
Right. I just hope it don't get too bad, but I don't know, because you know, and we all know summertime.
Look, I know everybody
go
comes
a little bit even more crazy because it's hot.
Yeah. It's always act a little. We act up when it get hot for some reason.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know.
That heat do something to your spirit.
Like, that's what makes summertime official. You know what I'm saying? I like it. So the emails. Oh yeah. So before I go get that, emails were sent.
Hey, OG.
Yes, OG, and we have Empress Fire on the line. Cody.
We got.
We have Elizabeth right there. There's my girl, Potluck Kennedy. Love you, Queen. Happy Juneteenth to everybody.
Happy Juneteenth.
Happy Juneteenth.
It's actually great to see so many of y'all. I know I follow you on Instagram. We follow each other. It's great to see your timeline kind of come to life a little bit.
Juneteenth bringing everybody together.
All right.
Beautiful thing.
Pleasure meeting everybody.
Yeah.
Y'all as well.
Awesome meeting everybody. It's Empress. Hey y'all.
Hey,
Empress.
Hola.
Hola. Thank you for having this. Thank you for having us. This is awesome getting to meet everybody. Knowing we all on the same wavelength, you know what I'm saying? Not just to set our people free, but set ourselves free. You know, the cannabis plant was something given to us by the ancestors. And since it's been on this planet, them idiots, all they've done was try to take a patent on THC and make it worse than what it is, because they know it heals people.
Yeah.
So that's why they're having problems with it, you know?
Yep. I agree 100%.
It's always a bigger play behind it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
The money play.
That's one of the systems. Yeah, that's one of the systems we got to defeat. One of the many systems we have to defeat. It's not just the cannabis, but our people. Our people are being decriminalized. The plant itself is being decriminalized.
It's fine.
The thing now.
We got 3 minutes before we go on. I want to give.
Okay.
That's
how we were ready. Yeah. I just got off of work, so I got my wine and my weed. So I got both my doubles.
All right.
So I was lit and ready to go. Feel like I'm with family, you know what I'm saying? It's some kindred, you know what I'm saying? Y'all some kindred people on here. So nice to meet everybody. I follow y'all pages too.
Likewise, much love.
So yeah, it's gonna be. I'll introduce everybody. I'll introduce the event. Someone else. Grace with Texas CBD Blog.
Hi, Grace.
And we'll give it a few more. That email went out with the link to those that got it on the website. If you get other text messages or emails or whatnot from your friends, shoot me a chat in the chat over there. Let me know that, hey, somebody didn't get it. And I've also put the link to the link over in the chat box as well. Once again, thank you guys so much. But this is all about brand awareness. This is what we're here for. We want to be that, that's what Can I Work is about, is we're that medium, we're that brand awareness medium to social media. It's really difficult, as we were talking about before, namely for us in social media, but it is a bridge that we're trying to build to economic empowerment through social media to help build up our communities. So again, just free flowing like we've been doing, you know what I'm saying? These questions that are coming out are amazing. The answers that are coming out are amazing. Anything that is laying heavy on you, this is the space to get it out, right? Use your voice. So the audience will be able to do questions through the chat, or they maybe I'll be able to come on. I don't know how this is gonna work. Bear with us, y'all. This is our first time doing it, of course, like a lot of people. But with this magnitude on Zoom. With that, we had like 55 folks to sign up. So kudos to everybody. Let's see here. So yeah, so the questions and answers, it's going to be those that are curious about getting into the psychedelic community, those that are already in it, those that may, need some more education on it. Everybody on here has a wealth of knowledge. I also have followed everybody like fanning out. Y'all, I'm fanning out right now for real. I'm holding it down though, you know what I'm saying? And it's really amazing that some of you guys have worked together before, like the synergy, Chef and Mecca, you guys know each other. So, that's really dope.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, so audience, anybody from the audience, I see Grace down there. Hey, Queen, and Cody down there, King. We're gonna showcase the gifts that we received here, the promotions, Lola's and Adelina, looking for her. The contest, you guys have contests and discounts and stuff going on. So yes, promote yourself on here. This is that space to do that. Let's see. Any questions before we get started? We probably got about 45 seconds.
Good so far.
No questions? If not, I have an icebreaker for us to start off.
All right, cool.
So it's a
Yay.
question. Where Shamika go?
I'm here. Go ahead.
I can start with the icebreaker.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's, would you rather march with Malcolm or Martin? You go first.
Which Malcolm? Which Malcolm?
Good question.
Malcolm X.
No, which Malcolm X?
Whichever.
Detroit Red, the one at the end.
Detroit
Which
Red.
Malcolm X we go? Which
gangster.
Malcolm X we gonna walk with? I don't mind walking with some gangsters. That's why.
Me too, but
I'm
you
with
know. I'm sticking with the.
I'm taking Brother
like
Malcolm.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take Brother Malcolm. Me and Malcolm side by side.
Yeah. Okay.
I think I go Malcolm too. I'm going Malcolm, but I'm going, like you said, there's several versions of Malcolm. I'm going
Absolutely.
Malcolm at the end. Malcolm, who kind of saw that, you saw that he needed other allies outside of his group, but also that his main allegiance was to his group. Like, it wasn't like I was trying to blend over. So I would roll with that one.
Okay. Tiffany?
Oh, I said Malcolm.
Malcolm, okay. What about you, Shamika?
I'm Malcolm all the way, baby.
All right.
All of Malcolm, every Malcolm,
Every Malcolm.
Growing up in my home, it was, my grandmother was Martin, you know what I'm saying? And but I love Malcolm. So I appreciated Malcolm. His story more matched mine. The hardship, the overcoming. I love that no stories have ever come out about him, adultery with him and daddy. You know what I'm saying? So he's always been in my heart.
Okay. Much love to Martin, though.
Yes.
Okay, most
Yes.
We needed them both.
Yes, we did.
Sure.
Yes,
Absolutely, absolutely.
yeah.
Mhm. You definitely need that balance, you know, the harmony.
Yeah.
And if you put, you know what I'm saying, them together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Right.
it feels me. I feel like sometimes, especially now in the new generation, Martin gets a bad rep, almost like he was just totally peaceful and just let people walk all over him. And that was not the case with Dr. King. Excuse me, that was not the case with Dr. King at all. Dr. King led a lot of people to just let a lot of people who probably most likely weren't took a step forward. So you always got to pay homage to him. And then also he the way
Definitely.
people use his image. You know, we often hear people say, what would Martin do?" As if Martin wasn't killed by somebody who didn't like what he was saying. You know, and I feel like people keep beating it into the
Right.
ground to the point where we kind of take his words lightly. We shouldn't take his legacy lightly at all.
Definitely.
No.
I guess it's like economic inequality as well, and I think that's what probably got him got him assassinated, is because he started trying to ask those people on the lower rings of the society, like, hey, so we have a lot more in common than you think, and I think that he really kind of highlighted that as well. So I feel like, and I think that Martin created a brand that cultivates across all cultures, right? Like you said, it's that violence aspect, but it's also that Martin came in and unified, and while also being a disruptor in the system itself, right? Like the Million Man March, it wasn't just about the march; it was about clouding the system in that march with getting so that you can create change on a legislative path as well. So you have to be smart about your revolution. It has to be violent. It also has to have someone on the back end who can break it from inside also. At least that's my own opinion. So I feel like I would rock with Martin. I just would. Plus he's fam. I'm an AKA, so I have to. I feel like that's kind of
But they were absolutely both necessary because it's so many different type of Black people. So we need someone who can reach every type of Black person. So I think they were both very much necessary for the movement.
Correct. I agree with that. You got to be able to touch everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And as far with me, I would say Martin. I have always been more on the peace side, but I'm very aware. And the psychology side of me understands how to reach certain populations in ebb and flow. So I have a little Malcolm in me. I keep that reserved until we're needed.
Yeah. Where's the Empress? I'm curious as to her opinion.
She's having. Am I muted? She's having phone issues.
Here's Empress.
So yeah, she's coming in. All right, so we have a few folks.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We have Adelina with Leafly Therapy. Baby, Leafly Therapy is everything. All right.
I started the call earlier, like, can I come pick up the product?
Let's go around the room and everybody introduce yourself. We have some other people that are coming in, so let's go ahead and introduce ourselves and get this party started. Y'all, once again, thank you for coming and welcome to Can I Works First, Juneteenth Virtuation. We are celebrating emancipation 2 years after we were free. We are celebrating Juneteenth. This is the day that all people in America were free. So we're going to start over here to my left, make over here to the left. Like, do you want to go ahead and start? And then we'll go down to Empress Faya.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry I came in late and then tried to start off earlier. So I apologize about that. So again, my name is Empress Fire. I call myself Fire because I feel like I'm the phoenix of this generation for my family. And I try to live out that purpose of what I was called to do. Cannabis. I never was really like a heavy cannabis smoker, but last year I had a stroke and there was a lot of things I had been wanting to do to get involved in cannabis. So my first, I would say, experience with CBD oil actually helped me a lot with the therapy to get myself back together. I'm grateful that I walked in the hospital and walked out But bottom line, when I started getting involved with Indica, I kept noticing Bo Money, who's the founder in Los Angeles. I kept seeing her and her information and what she was talking about. And I was just like, you know, when you see something and you just want to join, you're like, yeah, you know, I want to join that. Yeah. So it was kind of it was kind of like that with her. So it was amazing that when I approached her, you know, she wasn't acting like she had all airs or anything about her. She was a very genuine woman, very honest. And then I had asked her because I kept seeing how in Ohio, because I live in Ohio, how Ohio kept passing a bill for legalization, but at the same time, I needed to see that. And I needed to see that because that let me know what I thought I knew about the legalization of marijuana was not happening. Okay. So was I just supposed to introduce myself and move on? Because I feel like I'm talking too much. Am I doing that?
I'm enjoying
Please,
it. So
somebody say something. You sure? Okay, I'm not.
Introduce yourself, y'all. We got all night long to kick it for real, for real.
Okay, I'm sorry because I don't want to feel like I'm rushing y'all or anything. Like and I
Take
got
your
a
time.
date
Take your
to happen.
time.
But anyway, like Indica, so that's the National Diversity Inclusion Cannabis Alliance ran by Bo Money. She came here January 25th in Ohio, and she made me chairwoman, affiliate chairwoman, okay, of the Ohio branch. And it's been an honor to be able to work with her and talk with her because if you want to know some knowledge about the cannabis industry, Bo Money, she's a reliable source. She's been in it for a long time. You know, she's trying to continue to make it inclusive and diverse, especially putting more women in there. But the bottom line is she let me have that baby. So what we've done is me and two other founders, we ventured off of Indica with a group called the Copper Cannabis. And we are currently working on our branding and rebranding. Yes, we do have an Instagram page, the Copper Cannabis. And reason why we call it the Copper Cannabis because I know the word black means slaves, and I know my people ain't slaves. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, you know, when Christopher Columbus came over here, he found copper colored people. And people don't realize the spectrum of copper is from as beige to as chocolate, you know, as can be. Okay. So anyway, so I wanted to do that. And then we wanted to dedicate to all the people like yourselves. So eventually we probably would want to talk to you guys if you allow. And we want to talk to y'all and see, you know, what cannabis means to you, and how we can help each other so far as help our people, especially the ones who've been the victims of the war on drugs. Okay. So, so I'm looking for collaboration. We're looking for talk. You know, I mean, so far as knowledge, because, you know, even in this phone call right now, we're all giving each other knowledge, you know, about the Malcolm and Martin thing. And I kind of wanted both because they were about to get both come together before they got killed. And then that's when Martin Luther realized about our inalienable rights that we don't take advantage of. So, but again, the Copper Cannabis on Instagram and everything else, our website, we have it, but it's like I said, everything's being rebranded, you know, so we can help our people in this cannabis industry, not just with news, information. Like a lot of people want to do cannabis, but a lot of people are frowning on hemp. When hemp is kind of like an easier way to get into the cannabis industry. So, but that's all I wanted to say, and thank you for having me today.
thank you.
Thanks for showing up. King Mecca.
Let me unmute it. Hey, how y'all doing, everybody?
Hello.
Hey, well, my name is Mecca. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize.
No, go ahead. It wasn't. Go ahead.
Okay.
Make sure your phones are muted or your speakers are muted. Go ahead.
So yeah, I'm Mecca, owner of Cash Color Cannabis. That's cashcolorcannabis.com as well as Cash Color Cannabis Podcast. We are a media outlet that focuses on making sure we tell the stories of cannabis, of Black cannabis influencers as well as cannabis business owners. But we just have but our primary thing is making sure that we keep what we call a higher level of conversation. So if you ever listen to our podcast, we have over 200 episodes. We've had everybody from Freeway Ricky Ross to one of my favorite guests was Ted Metz. Ted Metz ran for governor of Georgia not too long last year, and Ted stopped by the show. And we've had a slew of politicians actually stop by the show, but Ted was the first one to ever light a joint live on our show. And that'll always go down in history as somebody who proudly came through. He came through, lit a joint, said, "I'm a libertarian, damn it," and smoked a blunt. So yeah, so again, we just promote what I call higher level of conversations, you know, especially when it comes to our live podcast. We have a live audience that we allow to come in from that we allow to come in every Tuesday night at 9 o'clock to watch our show. And primarily our thing is this: we try to make sure that people understand that a cannabis crowd and the cannabis audience isn't necessarily focused totally on cannabis all day. Like, we might want to talk about politics. You don't want to talk about sports. You talk about a lot of things. Like, but it doesn't mean that I'm gonna cut my audience down. So we'll have a 420 friendly audience, but we might have a guest who's not 420 at all. You know, it's more about making sure that you understand that that people who consume aren't pariahs of the world. You know, they're actually people who spend a lot of money on different things across several different genres. You know, they spend a lot of money. So we're a group that should be paid attention to, not just consumers of color, but just consumers of cannabis all across the board. We're a group of people who should really be paid attention to as far as the next big block of spenders. So that's what Cash Color Cannabis does. We make sure we keep that conversation going. We make sure that we do give a platform for brands of color and influencers of color to make sure that we do have a space where, say, a High Times or a Mary Jane wouldn't focus on the story because they might not be somebody who is of a certain name or doesn't have a certain, say, presence on social media. But to us, you might just have a great conversation, and you might just have a great story that could lead to a really good conversation that my audience would love. So that's our thing. We make sure that we highlight those people. We make sure that we give a platform to voices that have not had a platform just yet. So that's what Cash Color Cannabis is. We've been doing this since 2016. We've worked on a lot of other projects. We had The Color Green, Cash Color Cannabis, which is a documentary about people of color in cannabis that we're still actually in production with. And we also working on another web series called Something to Say, which is about changing cannabis laws in the South and how people of color are adapting to those changing laws. And we were actually midway in filming that when COVID hit. So we actually going to be starting that back up whenever we actually get any kind of consistency on when we can go places in I guess large groups. we're gonna get back to filming that. But that's us in a nutshell. It's Cash Color Cannabis. We also have Atlantis Clothing, which is our clothing line that's spun off of Cash Color Cannabis. It helps us keep a lot of our productions going. And if you ever check out our clothing line, it's called Conceptual Fashion. And our thing is trying to tell the story of the war on drugs and try to tell the story of what a cannabis consumer would be without being so obvious. So you don't see weed leaves on our shirt or anything like that, but you might see a shirt like we have our Drug Lord collection where we reimagine what a drug lord would look like. And we put Ronald Reagan, Oliver North, and George Bush. And we told the story of the Iran-Contra affair. And I said that in reality, if the Iran-Contra affair was a street affair, everybody swapped. That's a RICO. You know, the most they got to prove is you knew these people. And everybody in jail. You know, it doesn't matter if he was a president or vice president, anything like that. So we're about reimagining stories and letting people in and just giving a new voice. You know, we're tired of the same tired stories. So that's where Cash Color Cannabis comes into play.
Well, I salute you, King. You're doing great things.
Thank you.
Very proud of you. You know, I've been following you, so very proud of you.
Appreciate that.
You're on mute, Shamika.
There you go. I remember seeing you guys pop up on Twitter. So that's been probably a year or two ago, year and a half ago. I saw you guys pop up on Twitter, and I was like, ooh, who is this? You know, they look like me. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I've been following you guys for a while as well.
Great, I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody who follows us, everybody who listens to the podcast. We definitely have a range when it comes to our audience. So it goes from anywhere from Atlanta to we have listeners in Spain. And I think it's dope that we have these people who we have that wide of a range of people who are just listening to these conversations that at first, when we first started doing the podcast, the only people in the studio were me, my producer, and the guest. You know, and now we'll have 20 people on the regular come up just to see who's going to be there for the night.
Cool. Definitely.
Yeah, so when they open the streets back up, I'm coming to Atlanta. I'm gonna
pull up, baby. Everybody come through, man. Come through.
Pulling up.
Pull up and come to the show. Every Tuesday night, 9 o'clock.
Marlon has the food, you know, the hot chef got the food. We just rolling up and we're gonna do the thing.
Oh, and we're 420 friendly. So if you want to bring your own bud, that's our plan, man. BYOB.
Right now.
All right, let's see here. OG Afro Puff.
Hi everyone, my name is OG Afro Puff, but my government name is Ebony Raven. I actually work in the Chicago cannabis industry to foster positive mindsets and healing as far as the PTSD community is concerned from the medical cannabis side. And I also work with cannabis brands more so on the marketing side, because being in corporate, for 5-6 years, you realize that branding is important, and that's how you get reform and policy things done, is because if you change the message of what it means to be a person who smokes, that's a person who looks like me, who's in corporate, or that could look like someone who's got a beanie on, who has their own business, but they're both equal in their wanting to use cannabis as a medicine. So I try to change attitudes for that. And so I've actually been featured in High Canada magazine as a woman of weed, just as someone who tries to facilitate those changes within the industry. And if you guys have any questions about marketing, because I'm always in collaboration. I think that the way that we're going to make movement happen is that we have more people at the table who know what they're doing as far as that business sense as well. You need everybody to create a revolution, and I'm doing my part. So that's what I do with OG.
Thank you, OG.
Thank you.
All right, let's come on down. Mark, pronounce your name. I want to say Marquisha, but you pronounced it different.
Marquisa.
Marquisha, yes.
Yes. Okay, hi everyone. I am Marquisa. I am from Compton, California. I am a mother of 5. I was blessed with 2 bonus kids, and then I have 4-year-old twins, and then we have, someone said, I need all the prayers. So I have the 4-year-old twin boys, Maximus and Achilles, and then I have a 1.5-year-old Lola. My professional career has always been working in radio. I worked in radio since I graduated from college. I've done everything from talking on air to the front desk to sales, promotions. My last radio gig was at iHeartMedia, and it was awesome. I worked at one of the bigger ones here in California, in Burbank, worked with legends, got to meet so many people, but the most inspiring thing was I got to see so many different people hone in on their crafts and their hustles, and it just kind of motivated me, because once I became a mom, I kind of put that to the side. But when I saw everyone else doing it, it really motivated me to get back in. And then I ended up getting pregnant with Lola. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to go back to work. I'm going to stay at home and just do my thing here. So I created Hub City Mama, which is, oh, sorry, guys. Okay, sorry. So I created Hub City Mama, which is a blog that just kind of chronicles my journey of finding my truth, finding my voice, and just being the mom I want to be without expectations of everyone else. And then I also created Lola's Kisses, which is a natural beauty product line. I created it because my kids have extremely sensitive skin, and the sensitive products that you can buy at Walmart or Target, if you turn them over and read the back, they're full of very toxic chemicals that you do not want to soak into your baby's skin. So I know I didn't. So I just kind of started researching, and when I found out of all the wonderful things that CBD does, I decided to infuse it into our products. And we're now going on a year. We have lip balms, lip scrubs, body butters, hair and body oils. The business was really created for my daughters, Faith and Lola. This is their business. It is to teach them independence, financial freedom, try to get them to think of ownership, more opposed to being a worker bee. I don't mind them being a worker bee, but if you have your own, no one else can take it. You probably just heard a twin say, Mama, please excuse me for that. But yeah, so I just found out all the great things CBD could do, infuse it in our products, and we are in a couple of boutiques out here. We're looking to grow. We're looking to be in boutiques everywhere and hopefully be like the Carmex. We want to be the Carmex of lip balm, Lola's Kisses. So check us out on Instagram, Lola's Kisses. lip balm, and also Hub City Mama. I just actually wrote an interesting piece about being a Black mother. Being a mother of Black sons during these times. So check that out as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see which way. Who was next? My screen kind of bounced around. Keep going to the left. We got Latasha over here.
Hello, everyone. How are you? I am Latasha Corian. I originally am from Kansas City, Missouri, but I moved all around and landed in Texas for a while. My entry into the cannabis industry and field was one from the legal perspective. I worked with a lot of small businesses and entrepreneurs and helping them to achieve their business dreams. And I came into the cannabis side of this with one of my attorney mentors, friends, and she is an excellent attorney, cannabis attorney rock star, Miss Cheryl. And so when I first came in, it was eye-opening into the fact I always was interested in the criminal aspect of it in regards to sentencing and unfair and unjust mandatory and maximum sentences and things of that nature. But on the business side, when I came in, I seen that we are definitely getting the short end of the stick on the business side in regards to cannabis being one of the things that the minority community was ravaged by. We should be benefiting way more on the business side. So I focus on that. I also am the Texas chapter president for M4MM, Minorities for Medical Marijuana here in Texas. We do a lot of lobbying for diversity in cannabis and just helping entrepreneurs reach their full potential. So I'll be here to talk about any legal questions you might have or any business questions you may have on that end. And more importantly, kind of policy, lobbying, and getting involved on the legislative end so we can change the laws in the state of Texas for cannabis.
Yes, baby. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Grace, Texas CBD blog.
Hi. It's wonderful to finally meet you.
I know, right? We've been trying for a while, right? Since the convention.
I know. Well, before that, like when I found you on Twitter too. So just like you found me just like you found King, apparently, at the same time. So that's cool.
Thanks for growing up, girl. Appreciate you being here.
Of course, I didn't want to miss this. I'm sorry I missed everything else. I feel bad about that, but work's been insane. But it's good it's insane right now. It's good for me because like during COVID, I lost all my contracts and then I got contracts back really quickly. So, but yeah, hi, my name is Grace. So I run the Texas CBD blog. There is a lot of different ways. So there's different few ways of like why I chose to run the Texas CBD blog. One, there were a lot of keywords. That's why I initially picked it. But two, also, like, kind of like one of the reasons, like, we're all here is when it talks to about the, it's not that I didn't like what was already out there. It's just I wanted to have a place where people could just, like, scroll through cannabis content and not be afraid of, like, seeing something that was explicit. So, like, Lalo King said, so, and for, like, stuff that wasn't so, like, cannabis focused, but, like, it was obviously there. So, so just like not the marijuana leaves and stuff up there, but you know, it's you know, if you look at my content, that's ultimately my goal. So yeah, so with the blog, I talk about like Texas politics and just like anything general Texas. I'm like a voting Democrat, so all of my stuff is like really extremely liberal for the everything, because when it comes down to it, like we're here for cannabis. And being somebody who is Hispanic descent, like my parents come from Mexico, my grandparents, my great-great-great-grandparents come from Spain, and it's just insane how I don't like how Texas has taken the word marijuana and twisted it into something, even though there's no like real like etymology of the word marijuana. The most really the way you can break it down is to Mary's gift, and now you're also twisting within that, you're twisting Catholicism
and then they're twisting like low impoverished people who are using cannabis as medicine. And that makes me mad. So as someone who has Texas, it's kind of like also exploring that gift that you're giving back to people, and exploring not necessarily like the psychoactive parts of it, but everything else that the plant gives you, but also the psychoactive parts when it comes to like opening your mind and etc. And that's a whole nother topic that I could talk for a million years on. But really that's what it comes down to. And like how, even like when you go back to California and like how it was like initially legalized within like the gay community, and like how it's opened up so many doors. And again, all the politics. And it's something I've been really passionate about and like looking at since I was like a teenager, not really a teenager, like really since I was in middle school. I grew up as a homeschooled, really conservative, like red community. And it never really fit with me until I got to college and kind of like figured out like why it never fit with me. And once I really discovered the cannabis and then like different racial injustices within like in different just communities, period, it makes me, it just doesn't, like, it doesn't fly. Anyways, so I'm not gonna go into that, just within everywhere. So within my blog, I like to make sure like I focus it correctly in what should be highlighted, because there's a lot of other Texas blogs out there that are definitely talking about the politics, which I'm here for. That are very Texas proud, which I'm here for. But I'm also here to scoop up all that other stuff. Like, this is what is important, especially within like less prisoner projects, and making sure that, you know, people who have marijuana charges or cannabis charges are getting out of prison, because they should not be there. Like that, again, another thing. So really that's the stuff that I like to highlight, and with it just like really within my content, and I like talking about. In my day job, I'm a digital marketer, and it really depends on which day you're talking to me. I'm marketing for one company, I'm a web developer for another day, and then I'm a content creator in others, and more so with like in high risk regulated industries. So like gambling, and within like cannabis as well. So like gaming, that could be considered gambling. So it's again, and that's how like I crossed it over with cannabis, because ultimately what you're doing when you're advertising in cannabis, you're making sure like the messaging is clear, that you're not like, and there's so much to go into that, but really that's kind of like what I come into and what I'm really passionate about, and like going to those boring meetings so I can make content entertaining for my personal people who subscribe to my blog and my clients. So because, you know, we want to make sure you stay into that. So yeah, that's what I do. There's a lot with that.
Welcome. Thank you so much. Moving on, we got Cody. Come and toke it. Did he freeze? Looks like everybody froze.
Hey guys, my name's Cody. I manage. Uh-oh. All right, well, hopefully you guys can hear me. Nice to meet everybody. My name's Cody. I manage Come and Toke It, which is, if you guys are from Texas, you get the reference to Come and Take It. And the point of the brand is to really associate itself with the right kind of message to really get out there. Something that I've viewed sitting back and seeing is that a lot of people talk, but there's not enough unification to really get the message out there appropriately. And that the thing is, you know, a lot of the topics that have already been brought up, like the politics of it, the targeting of minorities, the Last Prisoner Project, as you mentioned, Grace, is a big group that I'm trying to work with. The idea is to use a familiar colloquialism as Come and Take It, modify it to Come and Toke It, saying, hey guys, what are we doing? We should all be enjoying this freely, responsibly, and always trying to educate. And it's important that it is manufactured in the right way, so that the people in power, the people or the decision makers aren't pushing back hard enough, so they can't really argue with facts, logical reasoning, data, like just data. My background personally is I'm an engineer, and since coronavirus happened, it's been interesting. I think it has been for many of us, and it's kind of something that matters to me at the core level, is just trying to use, in this case, I'm just purely a marketable brand, but I want to work with others who have the right message to help get it out there, and it's important to me for it to be done right, and that just the zeitgeist of everything that we have today goes away, because there's more than enough information, there's more than enough people to say what we're doing is wrong, and that's where it comes working together to try to change the perception. And that's what I'm trying to do with this. And Shamika, thank you for putting this together. And I've been sitting here taking notes. I would love to talk to a bunch of you guys after all this. So thank you.
Thank you, Cody. Shamika, you're on mute.
Yeah, here I come. Marlon Jones, the hot chef. Introduce yourself.
Hey, how's everybody doing? My name is Marlon, also known as the High Chef, spelt with a Y, not an I. That's on purpose. I'm a plant-based private chef. I do travel. Currently, I'm based out of Atlanta, Georgia, but contact me. I'm going to hop on a flight and we can make it happen. And everything I do, like I said, is plant-based. So my background is health. I like to, with my events or demos, preach how veganism is, if you haven't thought about it, you should. You know, everybody can't come, but we want to convert as many people as we can to a healthier lifestyle. So with my private events and demos, I take what we would call meat eaters and let them know how the plant-based world works and how you can get those same minerals and vitamins from plants that you do from meat as well. So just a healthier lifestyle, healthier living.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, keeping us healthy. Next, we have Adelina Sanchez with Leafly Therapy. Yes, goddess.
Hello, everybody. Hey,
hello.
I'm so excited to be here. Like, I don't think I'll understand. I haven't been around enough of us cannabis, like, hardcore entrepreneurs that are like looking at this and are, yo, we actually have something here. Like, we should take this, we should go far, we gotta educate. Everybody has been talking about education. I'm all in for it. So thank you both, Tracy and Savika, for creating this platform for us. It's definitely needed. But so long story short, I'm Adelina Sanchez. I'm a medicinal massage specialist. I am certified in CBD and the physiology health of it. So a little backstory on this. I really had no idea that there was even a cannabis industry like 3 years ago. Like, I had no idea this even existed, but back to the history part. So I grew up in Nuevo Laredo, Mexico. I'm Puerto Rican and Cuban, born in Chicago. Shout out to Olga. But I grew up in Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, and I had a baby sister who was born premature. Long story short, she was really sick. It was a very severe situation with her. And being Hispanic, though, we were all in for the holistic, you know, any type of holistic therapy we could do. My mother crawled miles to pray to saints. We took her to mud baths. We did all kind of things. But during this time, I was about 12 to 15, 16. And I realized, though, whatever, because we used to take her to this old school lady. Like, she had the nails, she had the beaded curtains, she had the incense going when we would walk in. Again, I'm 12 to 15, so I have no idea what this is. But I did notice that whatever that lady was doing to my baby sister, that was helping her. Like, every time we left that lady, we would feed her. She had a G-tube, she had a shunt, she was premature, she was epileptic. She had a whole bunch of situations. But I did notice that whatever this lady was doing, I knew that was helping my sister. Again, she would eat. She was way more physically active. Like, we were able to play around with her. I was always massaging her. That was just my role. So all of this happens. Unfortunately, she did pass away at 7 years old, about 14 years ago. And, But through all of this stuff, I end up going back to Chicago and I get my license to be a massage therapist. I'm a licensed therapist 14 years now, but about 4 years ago, I started working with this client with extreme arthritis, like extreme. Her bedroom is in the living room just to make things easy for the family. And as I go in there with her, mind you, she is, she's a Jewish older lady from Paris. Her husband is the old school Irish guy. And I'm going into this condo on like Lakeshore Drive, and she's like, I have my table, I have my creams, I just need you to massage me. So I'm like, okay. But I see the cream, and her bottle of cream has a wheat plant on it. By this time, though, I'm completely like a full-time consumer. But I have been hearing about just these letters, like these abbreviations that people are using. And so I'm starting to like ask my dealers, like, yo, what's this THC stuff? What's this? And they couldn't tell me. They were just like, no, I just spark that. Once you spark it, that's what it do. So I'm like, no, that's not enough information. I like the way I feel. Like, why? What's the difference? And so whatever, they couldn't tell me. This client though, so I get to her and she's like, you haven't heard of CBD, sweetie? And I'm like, oh no, what is this? She broke it down. She's like, this helps for my inflammation. This helps for this. I'm not taking any more blood medicine. I'm at pain medicine. And but she's also telling me like, I'm not gonna smoke marijuana. My lungs can't handle that. I live in this condo here. We're all closed up. I don't go out. I have asthma, you know? So I'm like, man, this is really interesting. I'm at this time teaching in downtown as a massage instructor, other therapists on special needs patients. So patients with AIDS, patients with cancer, all this good stuff. And one of my students, he's like, well, I make my own cream. Like, maybe we can mix this. And I'm like, yo, we really could. So long story short, 4 years ago, I dove into just cannabis. I got a certificate in just the physiology and health of CBD, of THC, of the endocannabinoid system. I went deep into this. I get a couple oils from a different couple places and put all this stuff together. And in about 2.5 years, I got some data together. We did a whole bunch of trials. I tried a whole bunch of different things. And we realized, like, for example, with my client with the arthritis, that where she felt pain relief with the CBD oil had to be at 900 milligrams in her cream. But then I realized, like, there's this other lady that I started working with now that has like fibromyalgia. She can't use body butter. I have to make it only an oil. And she feels relief at 200 milligrams. So I'm like, yo, no, I know we have something here. Like, I have to do something with this. So then when I realized though that it was the cannabis part of it and all that, this just threw flashbacks of my baby sister and me realizing that when we were going in to go see this lady with all these beads and stuff, it was cannabis and this alcohol that she was using that she massaged her with. And I'm like, we all use that. Like, I've seen that at my aunt's house, grandma's house, everybody's house. So that's what I was like, I've been going hardcore. Like, this is all I do. I wake up, I go to sleep to this. And so I created the first CBD 420 friendly spa in Chicago. I started up in Chicago. Some of my clients, again, the whole data part, I realized that some clients, like, for example, with depression, they benefited so much more if they smoked a joint before. And I realized this, though, after being a massage therapist, though, I did years of home visits, and I had quite a few clients that were like, do you mind if I smoke? And I'm like, well, this is your house, so do what you want. And that's when I realized, like, man, this really does make a difference in the massage. So I'm all ham. I'm in this. I'm trying to get data. I want to completely disrupt the medical industry, the cannabis industry. I'm trying to merge both. I'm getting info just on, you know, we have a big issue I'm realizing just because we don't know regulation, we don't know the amounts, and we don't know what works for who. And so I'm throwing myself out there real quick. So you guys know I'm ready to collaborate with anyone. I'll move anywhere. I'm trying to get information. I'm trying to get data, to really put this out there and have on paper, like, look, this is actually helping us, you know, like their blood pressure went up after, or their blood pressure went down after, or, you know, they're having less depressive episodes, you know, after, I don't know, a weekly massage, whatever, how that's the phase that I'm in now. I have had a little difficulty with just trying to get out there, and I don't know if I know how to market myself right or whatever the issue is, or super excitement. But I have a whole product line now. We have body butters, we have salves, I have lip balms, body soap. All this though is on the medical end of it, so it's not like pretty, you know, smelly things and all that. No, this has like tons of menthol in it. I got arnica, turmeric, and so that's where the leafly therapy came from. I wanted to do therapy with as many herbal products that I can out there. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you.
Welcome, Queen. Thank you. Let's see, Elizabeth.
Take it off of mute. Hello, everybody. How's everybody?
Hello.
Well, my name is Elizabeth Allen, and I have just been an entrepreneur at heart. I kind of walked away from corporate America in 2016 and had worked as a director in the banking industry for over 20 years, and then as a co-owner of a business in the retreat industry. So we ended up selling our business to Airbnb. So that line of it. Entered into the medical cannabis industry because I had a sister who had cancer, and just like some of you other ones who had family members that you were trying to help, I never drank, never smoked, never tried cannabis, anything. I was one of those people that thought, oh, they're just hippies trying to get high. When my sister got cancer, she had smoked cannabis before, and she was the only one in our family who had. So I started doing research probably at the end of 2012, 2013, started finding out more information and started trying to find Rick Simpson oil for her, because we found out about that when we were in Tijuana, Mexico, at a place called the Oasis of Hope. So didn't know anybody in Dallas that had it. We met people out of Colorado. So we started working with some caregivers out of Dallas who would drive to Colorado to take and get medicine for cancer patients, MS patients, fibromyalgia patients, and that sort of thing. Saw my sister's cancer going into remission. On her 8th trip coming back from Colorado, getting her medicine, because that's where it was free. I'm not free, but that's where it was available. A drunk driver hit and killed my sister, not the cancer. So I was quite aware that cannabis at that point was a medicine. And I was completely devastated, didn't know just what to do. And I was still at that point working, but I was her primary caregiver. Woke up in the middle of the night. Whatever higher power you believe in, that's what happened at 2 o'clock in the morning. A book just poured out of me because I had banking background, and everyone would tell you, you should buy, you know, cannabis stocks. You should, you know, buy marijuana stocks. People would talk about it, but they would never tell you how to. So I ended up writing a book, Potluck Cannabis Style, and that's you know, how it happened and came into fruition. And from the time I wrote it, just what happened in 48 hours, it was published. So ended up doing that, going around talking to different people in the cannabis industry, different conferences and what have you, and had just turned my passion into a coaching opportunity because I was already a master life coach. So just started working with people in the business industry, and my spirit for entrepreneurship was just, there. I like to do a lot of different things, so I'm not bored. And so in my day job now, I work with publicly traded companies on the OTC market, which are primarily cannabis companies. Used to work with a magazine in the industry and just all of that. So just using my connections to connect people and try to bring things to fruition. Working on a few different jobs now, getting ready to help a young lady in Dallas bring a CBD wine to market. Another company is getting ready to launch another online platform that you can purchase online, and that sort of thing. But super excited to be here. Love collaborating with people and being able to offer help where I can.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Queen. Thank you so much. And then lastly, it looks on here, let's see, Romero.
Yeah, OG Puff too.
I thought you went, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I went earlier.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I think I'm waiting for you to sing. Okay.
Romero, are you with us? With him Choco. I don't know if he's frozen. So yeah, this is Romero Rosas. He is the founder of Hemp Choco, and it's right here in Texas. I think he's in my area, about the Fort Worth area. And he predominantly has done chocolates, but he has moving on. Y'all see the logo right there. He's moving on to gummies, lemon drop gummies. So he has that to give away during the show tonight as well. So when you get on, Romero, please, we still want you to introduce yourself. And if you're having trouble, try logging out and coming back in. That may help. All right. All right. So a little bit about our co-host, beautiful co-host, Tracy. Please introduce yourself.
Okay, so I'm Tracy Schultz, the Mental Elevation Guru, and I help women, Black African American women, living with multiple sclerosis, feel comfortable using hemp to elevate their wellness. I'm also the creator of Puff and Pretty. So I created it as a place to inspire other women that smoke in the tree or cannabis, just to provide them with cannabis education and inspiration to help remove the stigma. So I'm new into the industry, so I'm just honored to be here amongst great people, great entrepreneurs, and I'm learning, taking notes, and hope to continue to work with everyone.
Yes, Queen. Thank you. Thank you so much for co-hosting.
Thank you, Charlene.
You're welcome. And as you guys know, some of you I know, some of you don't, but my name is Shamika Nolan, and I am from a little town called Wichita, a big little town called Wichita Falls, Texas, south of the border. And during my senior year, my last semester of my getting my MSW at USC for social work, I was sitting in front of the computer, getting ready to do an assignment for my consultation class, and I was given the task to create a mock business. Well, coming from a social work background, I just didn't really have, I didn't never put the two together. So this allowed me to kind of explore and be creative. During that time, I used to, like to let Netflix watch me as I did my work. So I turned on a Netflix documentary pertaining to weed, and I just let it go. I could, it was my last semester, so I felt like that I couldn't smoke because I was getting ready to get a job, right? So, but I can at least listen to it. So as I am, doing my outline, I start hearing these keywords that were directly related to social work or social service, as far as building relationships, economic empowerment, removing barriers, all that good stuff, community, all that good stuff, the opportunities, and of course the effects that it's had on the Black and brown community with the war on drugs. So that's when my antenna, started going up. My spidey senses started going up, and was Googling. Of course, got permission from my professors. Very brand new. We're talking about the University of Southern California, y'all. I just didn't think it was gonna fly. I thought my teachers were just gonna be like, we ain't doing that here. But they were very understanding. They were very supportive. So I completed the paper pertaining to starting starting a business in the cannabis community, specifically for those who were affected by the war on drugs. In relation to where I come from, which is in Wichita Falls, like I said, so my community is called the Kempedition. So I can remember growing up, in the 70s. I remember racial profiling, at least when it started for me, being very young, going on Sundays, to Williams Park. We call it Williams Park. I don't. Everybody got a park they go to on Sundays, I would think. But going to the park and being stopped before going into the park, it was only two ways to go into the park. But actually, the police would stop us going into the park, and then in the evening coming out. So, with doing my research about that, I started remembering those little things and how really, how disproportionately we've been perfecting and how it progressed throughout, the war on drugs those years. So growing up, young adult, I remember, many of my friends going, getting in trouble with the law because of, cannabis and kind of destroying the community. So I watched it be a very thriving community to what it is now is a bunch of vacant lots and memories. So my goal is to rebuild the Kempedition one lot at a time, through the cannabis industry, to give back to that community, because I think all of our communities that we come from, that we kind of leave when we grow up. I don't believe I'm the only one. We kind of leave and don't come back. So this is one of the things I wanted to do to be able to give back to my community. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't, know how it's going to look, but that is the goal of Can I Work in Myself? So with building that dream, I knew that there was an issue. There was a barrier with getting exposure. Like many of you guys here that have explored the social media realm, or radio, any kind of media realm, that seems to be one of the greatest ways to reach our community. So I developed Can I Work to be that bridge to spread education, really big on the cannabis curious. Y'all going through, doing my research back in the day was tedious. It was this amount of information, mostly weed porn, you know what I'm saying? Like the quality information was really, really tough to find. So that was a part of it. I wanted to be able to have, some information relative to those that were curious, about getting in or just about the plant in one spot. And then therein after, I created Niches Get Riches. I had some people that were coming to me asking me, how did I get started in the industry? How did I start my, website? How can they get started? And it just really starts with your space in the industry. Where do you want to fit in? What's your passion? What's your talent? What's your niche? So I created Niches Get Riches last year, a year ago, a little over, it's been a year and a half now, to where I take you step by step from a cannabis idea, just the thought, I want to open up a business, a cannabis business, to actually creating a viable niche in the industry that you can launch online. So that is a little bit about me. Oh, I have a son. I'm a grandmother. I currently, work for kiddos, and I'm just super excited that you guys are here, that we're all able to vibe and have this conversation, and I'm so excited to see where we end at the end of the day. So let me just say, for our attendees here, please stick around, because we have contests, we have giveaways, we have freebies coming up, and if you guys check over in the chat box, we already got some going on. We got OG, we have Lola's Kisses. No, this is OG Afro Puff. She has her $50 content 25% off. The first long-time term marketing consultant. Now, remember, OG is with branding. Yeah, so make sure you guys look over there. Any questions that you have, make sure you look over in or type it into the chat box. We'll keep an eye on it to get your questions out. And I hear somebody trying to.
I was gonna say that I think that sometimes we like to think as content creators, as business owners, our product is the best product. And if we just throw it out there, someone's gonna pick it up, right? But you need to make sure that you are targeting any like marketing campaigns or any projects or ads that you're throwing out there to make sure you're targeting the right audience. And I think all of us on this call really highlight just why marketing is so important, because we all are in the cannabis or psychedelic niche, but we still are coming at it from different aspects, right? And so our audiences all look a little bit different. And so you can't apply a one-size-fits-all plan to your cannabis business, especially because we all know that Mark Zuckerberg does not like cannabis. So we all have to be a little bit more creative in how we do those things, right? So I'll help you guys learn a little bit more about that. So let me know if you guys have questions. You guys can always DM me. Sorry, rant over.
Absolutely, you're fine. And I see Mecca, you put your product in here as well, your discount. Go ahead and shout that out.
Yeah, shout it out. It's Atlantis Clothing. Make sure y'all stop by the online store, atlantisclothing.com. We're giving a discount. Actually, I forgot how much it was. It might be between 10% or 20%, but whatever it is, go save you some money over at atlantisclothing.com. And that's on anything you want to purchase out of there. So that means our Drug Lord collection, which could be a Drug Lord Ronald Reagan or George Bush shirt. You can get an Atlantis signature shirt, hoodie, or crew neck. And we just released a new collection called Return of the Vipers, which is probably my favorite so far. It's one of my favorite genres ever is blaxploitation. I just love Shaft. I loved Cleopatra Jones. I love all those movies. I still can watch them. Matter of fact, I watched Black Dynamite last week just because I felt the need to see something. But the collection is actually inspired by blaxploitation films as well as the jazz era. So I combined the two, and I came up with these mythical characters called Return of the Vipers, which is a girl gang that comes to this city blowing smoke and blowing heads off. So check us out. It's actually on there right now. It's for all my super sophisticated lady stoners. Join the girl gang and become a Viper. So all those are on the site right now. The discount code is available. It's gonna be available, matter of fact, until Monday. So you have some time if you want to grab a shirt. But definitely make sure you shop. If you don't, share the link, let somebody else know. Maybe they want to check out the store, but we're all open. Check us out, atlantisclothing.com. Oh, Shamika, you're on mute.
Yeah, I love the Ronald Reagan one. I remember that, commercial, back in the day. So when I saw that, I knew exactly where you were coming from with that.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So check us out again. We got the super discount code is Juneteenth. Use Juneteenth at checkout as a promo code, and you'll receive a discount on your sale. So check us out this weekend. We're gonna be live, and like I said, check us all the collections we have: the Drug Lord collection, Atlantis collection, and our new one, Return of the Vipers.
All right, thank you. So Juneteenth, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, all of these melanated professionals, in one spot on one day that everybody in America was free. I really appreciate it. So let's talk about that a little bit. How is everybody's Juneteenth going? Have we had barbecue? Have we had prayer? What are we up to today? Unmute yourself.
I told you what I've been up to today is basically creating content and learning more about Juneteenth. I tell you, when I first woke up this morning, the first thing I thought would be useful on a Cash Color Cannabis was to give a tutorial on what Juneteenth was for those who didn't know what it was. And even as I was learning about Juneteenth, I learned something new. I was we were just talking about that prior to everybody getting online, how long it took for the information to get there. Like, it really took 2 years to get the news to Galveston, Texas, that slavery was over. Like that alone blew my mind. So we spent today just kind of working on content to get people some awareness of what Juneteenth was, why people were celebrating it, and just kind of enjoying the day. Like, this is the first time I've actually been able to experience as an actual holiday, so it's been different.
Yeah, and you know what? With Juneteenth, I don't think his name was Colonel Granger, I think. Or General Granger. He came.
General Granger.
All right, there you go. Imagine had he not. Texas, they kept their slaves, slaves, and he just so happened to come to Texas and pulled up. You know what I'm saying? It's like, wait a minute, why y'all still got people in bondage up here?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So imagine had he not, gotten off that boat.
Yeah.
how much longer Texas would have enslaved Black and brown people?
That's a good question, actually. That's a good question, because Texas is its own country inside of a country. So who knows? Actually, we could still be talking about it.
Right. So we got to take our hats off
Yeah.
to Mr. Granger there. You know, thanks for pulling up. How is it celebrated in different areas?
So I'm over here in Corpus. Corpus is a pretty quiet little town here. It's been very low key. I just came back from the beach, made it right on time. And it was really cool. It was really calm. Like, I don't know what I was expecting, but it was very calm. It was beautiful to just see so much color on the beach. So that was pretty cool. But I wanted to piggyback just on the comment of the colonel and how that information got transferred and why it took so long, and the effect of getting that message across. Like, how I'm wondering, like, how can we use that now that we have these platforms? We have Zooms, we have like all of this stuff. I'm Puerto Rican and Cuban, but I've very, very much so identified. I mean, I'm Black, but Puerto Ricans and Cubans don't consider it like that necessarily. We're Puerto Rican and we're Cuban. But I've been like the Negro in my house, and like from just being treated to literally being the darkest one. And it wasn't until like maybe 3 years ago, after I was teaching, that one of my students told me about Juneteenth. And I'm like already in my 30s by this time. So I'm glad that we are bringing that up and that we're doing it in this platform. And how can we like get the information out faster and quicker? And this is what we need to, this is here. So just putting that out there.
Yeah, and we were also talking about too how this particular Juneteenth is so relevant or it's really exploded to what's going on, right now with being in quarantine and the coronavirus, to George Floyd protest, and now we have Juneteenth. It's been a lot going on in 2020, y'all. A lot going on. So to be able to celebrate, Juneteenth this year is amazing. And then go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt. I just want to let everybody know. I actually do gotta jump off. I'm actually being pulled away, and I was just sending a message to Tracy to let her know. But I want to let everybody know I literally got to jump off and go take care of something. But I had a great time. Anybody, please get in contact with us. CashColorCannabis.com. You can follow us on Instagram at CashColorCannabis, and just shoot us a message. We love to collaborate in any way, shape, or form that we can.
Thank you, Mecca.
No problem. Thank you, guys. I've actually had an amazing time with you. I wish I could stay a little bit longer, but please just shoot me a DM. Please follow. Let's keep this conversation going.
Of course.
Be here.
Great. Have a great one.
Man, nice meeting you, brother.
Safe. Good one. All right. So so where we are today. What are some of your thoughts with with Juneteenth behind the protest, or within the protest, but after the George Floyd death, and how does it help or hurt the cannabis industry with coming behind the protests that have actually destroyed some of the dispensaries?
I think it really highlights how unequal it is within the legal medical cannabis industry, or just the cannabis industry in general. At least I'll speak for Chicago from that side. I think frustrating as a Black woman, especially seeing boards of directees or trustees or whatever the case is not being represented with people who look like you. And so of course the corporate messaging is also of things that don't look like you, even though your people were persecuted at higher rates, kept a lot of people from moving up and getting that economic stability that they needed. You know what I mean? So it kind of created a cycle of a chain of being in the prison system. So I think that the cannabis companies should have been a little bit more proactive, especially being in such a in such a precarious situation, especially in Chicago, where there are no Black-owned cannabis dispensaries at all. And so it's kind of one of those things where I think that Juneteenth this year was a little bit more significant because at least there was that acknowledgement where it wasn't before. But I definitely think there's a lot of things that we need to do to make sure that it's not just a pandering thing, because I've seen a lot of that, a lot of pandering. Because, oh, well, we do Juneteenth. But then when you ask them about the back end things, you know, you really don't see that being a core part of their messaging, their values, their corporate actual, you know, goings on in the operations and things like that. So I just think that as long as we can keep the communication going towards solutions, like actual solutions that go forth and bring, you know, positive results for all communities, not just for the majority, you know, I think that that's when I'll start to really take it seriously, that the message is getting across in the community and not just on the OG market or the underground market, right? Like it has to be a cohesive message overall. That's, at least that's my opinion about it. So I'm optimistic, but I'm a little bit pessimistic at the same time with this.
Anyone want to chime in? I hear Will turning over there. So yeah, and I want to put into with Juneteenth. I'm sorry, did someone say something? No.
Not yet, but go ahead, finish, then I'll jump back in.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. This is you guys' time. This is you guys' platform. Please, please, please.
So I just wanted to piggyback on that. Like I do feel, I'm hoping that this Juneteenth and the next ones for the rest of our whatever Juneteenths are for forever, that we could use this day to like really get together and maybe collaborate some more, educate like each other some more. My experience in Chicago, for example, because that's just kind of where I started, like there's so many little things in this cannabis industry, the paperwork, the money, the security, and whichever, you know, industry you're going to get into, that I feel like that's what may scare us away. It's very intimidating, you know, like, yeah, you got to wake up every day and open up shop. Yeah, you got to pay taxes before you take that out and, you know, get your Jordans, or, you know, like just those things I think are what's missing. And well, you know, if you get your 15-year-old, you know, to focus on, I don't know, maybe law or something, then we could get some more lawyers in the industry. Like that, this cannabis industry is so much more than the plants, than having a dispensary, websites, you know, lawyers, judges, teachers, like there's so much of it. And I feel like we focus on the dispensary and having a farm and growing weed, and that's amazing. It really is. We definitely need that. But I'm hoping that we take this time to like maybe get together, you know, like at these barbecues and stuff, that hopefully we start having just like the 4th of July. Like, can we spend maybe an hour, 30 minutes, or can we focus on a time during this barbecue where we're like, yo, can everybody put in $50 this month? Can everybody put in $25 this month? Or, you know, like I'm just throwing this out there saying, like, I hope we use this again, the communication. We have these platforms now on educating, you know, each other on there's more ways to get into the cannabis industry for us to be able to dominate it,
No,
you know?
with you. And I think that but it definitely is it's a systematic issue also with that. You know what I'm saying? It's a systematic issue because, like, you know, I can say this with great honesty, that I was privileged in the fact that my mom was a business owner and I was able to see that Black ownership is what's necessary. And my granddad said, hey, Ebony, like, you know, I wish, you know, I could read as good as you, because I have a 4th grade education, you know, from Arkansas, and had to move to the Midwest to be able to provide for his family in a way that he could send his girls to college, send his son to the military. And you know, and then you get introduced to those things, right, from both ends, right? You see the people in Gary where my grandparents were, and you see that, hey, they don't have the same resources as those kids in, like, you know, Homewood, Flossmoor, or whoever, you know, whatever the big suburb is in that town, right? And then it comes down to it that people like us have to come out there and say, like, hey, so, you know, someone like me who has that marketing experience, or someone like you who has that healthcare background, then it becomes our obligation then to come out and say, I'm going to pay it forward, and I'm going to show you that there's another path forward. And to kind of go back to that kind of mindset piece, that's the point, that's why Juneteenth was so significant, because it wasn't just physical bounds of slavery, because there was a piece of paper that said we are free, but the mindset and the community around us, we're still, we're still buying into that slavery mindset. And I think it comes down to that. When someone can't have curly hair like mine and be considered pretty, or can't have my skin tone and be, considered, like whatever, you think about those things, right? Like you hear, like I was homeschooled and I kept hearing all these kids talking about like, oh, well, I'm mixed with this, and that's how they felt like they were beautiful, right? Instead of saying that, oh, hey, I am just a person, right? Like they had to have something other than Black to feel beautiful. And I did not grow up with that. And so for me, I was able to give a different opinion, a different, a different side that said, hey, I'm a natural AK, and I'm so proud of that shit. I'm so proud of that shit, because you break boundaries back then. Like that was in 2013. Now there's girls coming out with like afros, and that shit was not happening back then when I was crossing, right? Like, so you think about shit like that, and you think about the fact that like, so many Black people in your community, whether they're educated or not, that don't have the mindset of growth, true growth, right? And that's what we need to foster within the cannabis community, or else we're going to keep seeing this fragmentation that's never going to change if we're all just in our own little, I'm queen of the castle over here, queen of the castle over here. There definitely needs to be some cohesion, or else we're always going to be fractured, and our power is always going to be minimal.
I definitely
teamwork.
Yeah, so one thing that I really kind of want to touch on is the concept of not focusing on one particular industry or one particular job in the cannabis industry. Like you were talking about the dispensaries and the forming and all of that. When we do community events and I do informational sessions, I talk about taking the skills and the knowledge that you already have and bringing it over into the cannabis industry, because that's the way you're going to be most successful, because you don't have that background learning period. You don't have to spend tons of money wasting on things that you don't know about. You can take what you already have, the skills that you already possess, and kind of move it into a different industry. And I think that's kind of where we start, is finding what skills that people already possess and helping them to establish themselves in this industry based on those skills. I told a good friend of mine, she's an excellent accounting whiz. Why do you want to go through the process of trying to compete for a dispensary when all of these companies are going to need can of finance? That can be your golden ticket. Not just, we have to get out of the mindset that we have to have a dispensary. We have to be actually touching a plant. We have to go into making edibles. There are so many other things that you can do in this industry, and there's so many ways that you can impart your knowledge and be successful in it. Another thing that was touched on that I kind of really want to stress on is having a foundational understanding of the business and legal side, because when you jump in here, and I've seen so many small businesses and so many sole proprietorships, partnerships dissolve because of fundamental lack of preparation up front. You cannot just jump into a business agreement with a handshake and this is what we're going to do. It's fine. Like I always tell my clients this, it's fine. Everybody's friends and we're all doing this together when it's on the foundational level. But once the first check roll in, then we have a problem, because now all the issues are coming in and now we're at each other's throat. And it's not just, this is business across the board. So when you come into an industry like cannabis that already has a lot of obstacles anyhow, it's a black market business coming into a legal market, you're going to have those issues tenfold. So we have to focus on business acumen, understanding the legal process in regards to the business lines that you're in, and especially in this state, navigating through those paths. And that's kind of where we start to take a fundamental hold on power, is understanding the actual process and understanding where we fit in the process, and not trying so much to just stay in one lane. We don't have to, we have to think outside the box. We don't have to be this one-dimensional cannabis business. You can do tons of things in the cannabis industry, and we just got to get out of the mindset that we have to do this or we have to do this, and this is what it means to be in the cannabis industry, because that is a false narrative. A lot of people in the industry are making a lot of money, and they haven't even seen a plant. And so
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt, but to piggyback off of what you said, even like speaking about technology, because I've been in talks of people coming from Silicon Valley and being in the Bay Area where the tech boom and technology over there is just major. POS systems. I come from a strong retail background, and in order for that dispensary or for anybody to sell anything, you have to put it through a system and regulations with track and trace, and everything has to be accounted for. That's a whole nother avenue to go down. I'm big on tech. I'm a geek. I code a little bit here and there. So that's a big gap where people could jump in. And to be honest, a lot of money in tech. We clearly know that, seeing Facebook and Instagram and all these other big tech companies. So like I said, those people don't even see the plant. They don't touch it. They're just worrying about if once you scan that barcode, does this pull up? Is that office going to get that information? So it's a totally huge industry.
It is. And another thing we have to understand is the networking aspect. That's why it is so important to be a part of organizations like M4MM. Just when you a member, and someone I know in North Carolina owns Canatrax, and that's exactly what you were talking about, the POS systems, the technology behind that. You have to find a network of like-minded people to join with and kind of bounce ideas off of. He's one of the most, him and his wife own that company, and they are one of the most open couples I've ever seen in regards to sharing knowledge, that technology knowledge, that retail knowledge, and all of those things. So you have to not only have that understanding, but understand how to network in the industry, join organizations that kind of have the goal that you have. It's a lot of them. With Women Above Ground, all of these agencies out here, organizations, join them and understand what's going on, because you use them as a vehicle to get where you want to be. You may not understand something that you're doing in your business, whereas someone else has already done it. That'll save you time, money, and effort. And that's really what you want to do, because a lot of minority businesses are bootstrapping. They're not getting a lot of funding. They don't have access to loans, and of course with this industry that's hard to do anyhow. So a lot of it is friends and family. You don't want to waste your money that you already have, worked so hard to get to start this business, and things that you didn't have to waste it on. You could have learned for someone else. Like I always say, learn on someone else's dime, because you want to spend your money on going into your business and what you want to do. So those are just kind of like my ideas on that, and just some things that I've seen that I really wish that we could get a fundamental understanding, so we can stop avoiding those pitfalls, because it is so much creativity and so much brilliance in our community. I always say this all the time. I see a lot of things and I say, like, someone's missing their calling, because some of this stuff is so creative, so cutting edge. It's like, this should be moved over into this space. You can move those portable skills and make tons of connections, tons of money. And it's just knowing how to do so and who to talk to get that going.
Yeah. Elizabeth, I think you were going to say something earlier.
Sort of, Latasha really kind of brought everything together. I was going to say, because you know that I'm real big on ancillary businesses and not having to go into a grow facility or a dispensary. And just when I first got into this industry and I would talk to my people, that was always the number one answer. They wanted their own grow facility. They wanted their own dispensary. And I'm like, but what do you do now? And I helped a couple of people, like she was mentioning, transition into the accounting side of it, because that's huge. A lot of people in the industry didn't realize if you touch the plant, it's a different tax. It's a different tax code. So it's just, you know, like Tasha was saying, like most of us know, if you have a skill set that is such that will lend to this industry, which it should, that's what you want to start developing. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, and you don't have to jump outside of your comfort zone trying to grow. When I was in Oklahoma, I have several clients in Oklahoma, and a lot of them wanted to just start growing, but they had never grown before. And a lot of them have lost their asses trying to grow and lost the whole crop, didn't understand what they were doing, didn't understand the you know, a hermaphrodite plant versus a feminized, like they didn't know. And so you can't just jump into this industry and think you're going to make a ton of money. That's the wrong reason to get into it. I got into it because it's medicine, and I wanted to help people get medicine to ease their pain and enjoy what I'm doing because it's for a purpose.
So I think it's interesting that you guys say that, because one of the things that I find that I've sat back and looked, because I only really entered the space 4 years ago, and I'm a first generation American. My family was never involved with cannabis. And just the thing is, a lot of people think there's cannabis industry, and like you guys touched on, like several times, grows and dispensaries. But the truth is, don't think of it like an industry. Think of it like an economy. An economy is the activities of people related to a subject. And in this case, it's the cannabis plant. I mean, it's a plant that produces plastics, biofuels. I mean, highest yield of biofuel per pound of biomass on the planet. You can make, you know, cannabis concretes, but then, yeah, now we're talking about medicines. Natural medicines, things that aren't quite addictive. And that's one of the things it kind of confused me when I started looking around, because everybody, like you guys have said this, are focused on the little things, but there is all those ancillary just businesses and models out there that have to just, I mean, basically we could build a cannabis economy that could run about 90% of almost all human behaviors. I mean, we could generate fuels, we could generate drugs, because guess what? We humans, we love our drugs. And whether it's caffeine or alcohol, I mean, that's what we need. But then, like I said, you can make fuels, you can make medicine, you can make plastics. I mean, and it's so fascinating because the cannabis plant in itself is like this magnificent, just little biological creature that's one of the few that produces, you know, a natural crystalline on a plant surface. And that crystalline is just powerful, but then actual hemp stalk is just as powerful. And that's one of the things, I mean, and it's been awesome to like just sit here and talk to a bunch of you guys and listen to you guys, because everyone's touching on different things. You know, we have people writing books, we have people talking about marketing, talking about accounting and all this. And I think a lot of people just like that ethos of saying, I want to touch the plant because it's like almost like a hip thing to say, is a really good way. And again, to quote Elizabeth, is you'll lose your ass if that's what you're going to do. Because guess what? The barriers of entry on that level are so high across the board because of whether it's economic reasons, licensing reasons, just general pull in local governments. It's weird, but the truth is the plant itself has such a massive potential that it's one of those things, like truly what I think is so cool about it is that it's this emerging economy where basically, like, and I mean, not to plug myself, but like, that's what I'm trying to say with like Come and Toke. It's like, guys, come on, come here. Like, let's all get in on this. Like, this is something that we can all use to help ourselves across the board, across the spectrum. And most importantly, because of the 10th Amendment of the Constitution, it's decentralized. And the whole point of the cannabis economy, in my mind, is decentralized. It is to have local production, local control. You don't need someone 5,000 miles away, or actually that puts you basically in China, sorry. You don't need someone 1,200 miles away saying you can't do that. But it's like, if I have the data to suggest that this is right, well, that's where it comes organizing, working together, local and state elections to make things happen. Is that it's an awesome space to be in, but the amount of just the inertia of the current system is just what's holding it back. And that's the whole point of this place. It's like, we the people have the power. So we need to exercise and work together to make that happen. And I just like, it's one of the most, it's a weird thing to see that people just fixate on that grows in dispensaries because that's the chic thing to do, but you're not going to get anywhere, most likely. And it's hard, it's difficult, but that doesn't mean you can't be involved in some way, shape, or form to actually assist in the growth and the establishment and the destigmatization of that industry. And I just like, I think about this all the time because it's really a fascinating thing to see how the system has played out over time. And then learning about the history of it, going back to when it was first outlawed, what was that, Anslinger with the DEA and all this, and Randolph Hearst. It's like, it all started with business and self-preservation, but now the truth is self-preservation's turntables. We are about self-preservation. We want to have our own answers and not have to look somewhere else to get them. And so I just think it's a really interesting emerging space where it's like, you got to be open-minded, but like, as you guys said, you have to be able to move sideways, laterally, apply your skill set, and just say, hey, maybe it's not what I initially thought, but this still keeps me involved in a growing market space that I think ultimately will be very decentralized, which I think is the biggest beauty of the whole thing.
I think we do need to make sure that we don't forget that cannabis in and of itself is a plant. And so when we don't have the right growing techniques, when we don't have the right nutrients, when we don't have the right energy within that space, I think that you kind of see what's happening a little bit in Chicagoland, where you have a very booming underground market. Innovation is there, but from the up top side of it, most patients are complaining about their medicine not being as effective, right? And so then you kind of get, you're paying top dollar for shitty meds, and then so then you take that, and it kind of goes, if you're a cancer patient, if you're a PTSD patient, if you are someone with multiple sclerosis, the quality of your medicine is still important. And I think we talked about that a little bit yesterday when we were talking about co-ops and things like that being important. So I think that as cannabis thought leaders, we also need to be plugging that as well, that while it is, yes, it is an economic plant, it is one of the top grossing, economic plants, in the history of our species, right? Like cannabis is king. But I also think we should never take away from the fact that like our ancestors used to use that for rituals as well. We should not bastardize the plant to make a profit, because then we're no better than the people that we are basically, talking about right now on the above ground market. We need to make sure that we are definitely taking the plant seriously, right? Like it definitely has to be something that we don't lose focus on, or else we're going to be no better than the people that we are fighting against. We're just going to become another version of them. So it definitely is about egalitarianism. It is about using your skill sets, but we should not take away from the fact that we need quality plants, quality content within the cannabis industry, or else we're just going to continue to see the decline that we're seeing right now. So that's all I'll say.
OG, just to follow up with what you just said, that's so fascinating. There's a really good book on that topic called The Chemical Muse. And it's about the concepts of the foundations of Western society and drug use. And I'm a big believer, it's like you should always read all history. It's the best way to build your mindset. And it's fascinating because I touched on it earlier, something that I'm a big believer in is like, we are a destructive species and we need our drugs. That's just how we work. Our brain is complicated and life has ups and downs. And it's the point of saying, like, this is just one that, this is probably the best depressant on the planet. I mean, if we're going to stick around with something, I mean, it's one that you can't really overdose on. You generally don't become super destructive, but it is one that can help settle your mind, help relieve anxiety, help relieve pain. And that's like fascinating. And you have to wonder why has such a stigma to it when it's a completely natural thing that goes through your endocannabinoid system. It's like we produce cannabinoids working out. It's like the runner's high is a cannabinoid high. And it's like a fascinating thing to think about that weird stigma to it and where it came from, because very recently, it's like, I mean, a lot of it started, at least in the West, with like Catholicism and the Catholic Church and Christ. It's like before that, like, how do you think they thought of these things? Like, how do you come up with some of these stories? Like, well, man, you had to be pretty high probably to come up with some of these things. And that's okay. And it's not to be afraid of that. It's to embrace the reality of the complexities of our brain. And I just think that's, this book, again, I'll just put it up again. I just highly recommend this one for anyone. It's a really good historical read on just the concept of drug use and the foundations of where our society comes from. I mean, it's just important to be aware. And that's all. That's my point there. So
thanks, Cody.
Thanks. So what I'm hearing is that we need to explore other options besides what is publicized, basically growing and the dispensaries, so on and so forth. There's a plethora of other areas, niching spaces within this industry that we can get into using your current skills. Those of us to go on YouTube and learn how to do certain things, that's a skill, within itself. Media is always, going to be sought out of researching. It's always going to be, so if you're a researcher, if you, I think any kind of occupation, any kind of industry that you've been in prior, use those skills to enter this industry. If you have a hobby, that's even, better. You want something that you're going to be passionate about. So there's a lot of passion into this plant. There's a lot of passion into this community. So with that, going back a little bit to Juneteenth, we were the last to be free here in Texas, and our laws and policies pertaining to cannabis here in Texas tend to keep us last. Now, Tasha, we kind of talked about that the other day. Reading the policies, you would think that we would never be able to get into it. Are there some loopholes into our current policy, the federal and Texas policy?
Well, as far as loopholes, we can enter. So, say for instance, you say, "Hey, I absolutely know that I want to grow hemp." Well, in Texas, barring you having any criminal history in regards to owning that business, you can apply absolutely to grow hemp. It is $100 for the initial fee, and then another $100 each location. And so that is a very easy barrier to break in growing hemp if you just want to kind of test that market out. The issue is just you have to have a market for what you grow, right? So you have to understand that business behind that. So you can't just say, I'm going to grow this. That's a low cost. You're going to need, your seeds, all the stuff you need to grow, but you also have to have suppliers, people, a market to get your hemp, all those things. So it's not that it's necessarily sometimes a financial barrier. It is more a systematic barrier. A lot of times we don't have the connections. We don't have, even if we pass all the background checks, backgrounds, of course, is a barrier for a lot of people of color in this industry, being that brown and black people have historically been prosecuted more for this plant than the mainstream. But barring that, if we get past that hurdle, you do have some financial backing to do that. It's also a networking thing. It's also a contacts thing. It's also a whole, being that Texas is kind of behind in that regard, there's a whole, like the gentleman was saying, Cody, it's a whole ecosystem out there that has already been evolving. That these suppliers already have contacts. They already have this. And so it's just, you have it, there are entrance points that you can access this industry. It's just knowing very well what your skills are in order to do that. So say for instance, if you do have a background issue, well, the regulations speak to owning. You can, they talk about kind of control or having an investment issue or any kind of interest in the corporation. But there are ways that you can contract with these companies. You don't have to, say for instance, if you have a criminal background and you are, like my other example in accounting, that wouldn't bear you for getting into cannabis because you're still in the industry, but you can't touch the plant. You see what I'm saying? So those barriers are really set up for those who actually want to have a interest in the actual plant processing of the drug. So, or of the so-called drug anyway. So that's kind of, on the legal side, a way to get into it. There's also what we talked about, the issue of expungement, and we talked about that before, but that's a very small chance that that's going to happen for you in this state without changing the law. People, hate to hear that, but it's absolutely the truth. I hate to even bust people's bubble when I do these educational pieces, but that's why I try to redirect and say, well, hey, don't even worry about that. What are some other things that, you can bring to the table in regards to this? And in the meantime, come on, let's change these laws. So if that's really what you want to do, then we can do it.
Right. So that, you know what, that's the next deal is the political part, having our political voice. What do we need to do today? What can we do today to use our political voice? And then those that have lost that privilege due to previous charges and convictions, what can they do? Not only here in Texas, but this is, nationwide. What can they do to be able to use our, our voice to be able to promote the legalization of cannabis and hemp? Well, hemp already.
Yeah, so of course it's voting, right? So that's a big piece, but a major piece. But there's also more important things that you can, not more important things, I hate to say that. There are other things that you can do besides voting. For instance, they have these regulations that come out from the Department of Agriculture, from the Department of Safety. All of these organizations are over the cannabis industry and hemp industry in Texas. These are your policymakers right here in the state. It shouldn't even be sitting in those departments, but hey, that's where they are. You can petition them. You have to go to their hearings. You have to petition their hearings. You have to testify on the behalf of whatever you're supporting, because those are the things that no one is there. When you go to these department hearings, when you actually sit there and kind of talk to the commissioner or talk to Sid Miller or whoever in agriculture or the Department of Safety, hold them accountable for the policies that they are putting out. A lot of it was letter writing campaigns that you can do. I make templates that, even if you don't have the time to write it yourself, I'll send you some templates to go out and just, all you got to do is push the button and send it. You have to inundate and hold your elected officials accountable for the policies that they are pushing. A lot of you guys, are CBD businesses. That's huge right now in Texas, because you don't want them to take away your business opportunities in regards to saying, okay, you can have, it's the whole smokable flower ban here. You can't use that, in their regulations, but you can, in other states, have better chances to do business with Texas customers than Texas businesses according to their regulations. That should not be happening. And everybody should be up in arms. If you are a business, if you are an entrepreneur in this space, everybody should be contacting them and saying, hey, no, we're not doing that. Because what that does is that sets up a whole consumer base for other states to come in here and get all your customers, and you're not allowed to do it. And that's just insane how that's written. So letter writing campaigns, actually going to the hearings, sending in feedback. When they ask for remarks, send them in on the normal website, but they kind of did an automatic commenting function on there that you can protest the CBD regulations on there. Just all these things that are in your power to do as an individual person in a business, you have to do it, because no one else is looking out for your interests. That is absolutely, and if I can stress that enough, that's one thing I would say. No one is looking out for you. The only people that they are looking out for are the people there in their face with a bag of money. And that is absolutely the honest truth. That's as easy as I can say it. So you have to advocate for yourself. You have to advocate for your business. Unfortunately, that's just kind of the way it is.
So yeah, go ahead, Adelina.
So I'm wondering with that comment, because that those kind of, and I completely respect that. I have to. I mean, I'm in it. I'm doing it, but it still hurts my feelings. Like, it hurts my heart that we have to go. Like, it has to be this hard when this information can be shared. So I guess I want to comment on that, or ask, is there a platform? Could we maybe create a platform just for us where we can get this information, where it's like, you know, very different from the MM4Ms or your normals. I've been there. I talked to them. I've been to all of their events, bought all their stuff, did all that good stuff. There was really no support for me as a business owner, as an entrepreneur through them. There really wasn't. So again, I'm asking, is there a platform or something where we can just go there, like a Facebook group or something where, yo, I'm in this beginning of my business, like, where can I take this? And then that platform may have, you know, again, the accountants or the website, you know, designers and all that. Like, I've had to go to a Fiverr to get my website done, and then I had to go and fix that work, and then I didn't know how to fix that work because I don't know how to work with, you know, web whatever and all these other things, when my thing is massaging, making these products. You know, I have a bachelor's in business, but all of these other things, like, and I get it, like, you're out on your own, but do we really have to be out on our own though? This is like a completely new industry where we could do whatever we want. Like, can't we set new standards now where it's like, you know, no, it doesn't matter what color you are or what background you have. If you have this experience or you know how to do this, we can help you, like, go through there. Not necessarily do it for you, but we have somebody that may be able to do your website for free if you give them some of your services, or vice versa, whatever, you know. Just because I feel like that, again, it's going to make it so much more hard, and it's going to put less of us in the industry because, again, psychologically, how we're already set up and the work to psychologically do it. Like, I've been shut down a million times. Yeah, we got to go through that, but there's so many who are just not going to go through it. What they could get up and they could go and work at McDonald's, at Macy's, or some other person's business and just get paid.
So, I'm sorry, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely, please.
So I know you said so for M4MM, I'm wondering, because we have exactly that. Did you go on the group app that kind of categorizes your industry?
So I have not been to the Texas MM4Ms. I did the Illinois one, and maybe that's where I just didn't have any luck, or maybe it wasn't at that phase, or I didn't even know I needed all of these things. But I know I didn't get any type of resource from them, then aside from the legal things that I could Google.
Well, yeah. So I think a lot of it sometimes is just, maybe it might have not been up and running at the time, but there is the national organization has an app, and if you go into that app, it'll divide up just like the subjects that you were talking about. Like, if you're in care, if you were in IT, if you were in whatever the industry that you're in, it breaks that down and kind of gives you those contacts. And you're supposed to have a network of people that are doing what you're doing, that exactly, you know, talks to you about that. We kind of, I know, have that we kind of lean on each other here in Texas to do those very exact same things. But absolutely everything can be improved, and absolutely we can kind of develop it across organization wide. It doesn't have to be, you know, one organization. It doesn't have to be that. I totally agree with you on that, but there are resources out there for that. It's just, you have to, unfortunately, know how to access those you know, those information. But I totally agree. It needs to be more readily accessible to people that may not have that acumen to kind of find those, or just don't know.
Yeah. Fair enough. Maybe again, it wasn't up at that time. Like this was like, I've been in it for years now. So maybe it wasn't. And now that I know these struggles, but I'm definitely going to put my effort in, and either I got to put it on my Instagram and let other entrepreneurs that are in the cannabis industry and or not, that are just friends. So that way they know too. Cause I think that's the biggest fear, like not knowing that or being afraid to even ask these things or messing up and just giving up because you're just like, man, whatever, you know? But thank you. I really appreciate it. I didn't know that was there. I know that I could so use that.
No, and another thing you can do too is in your own industry, kind of create something there. You're in holistic health or the massage industry or something like that. Start a group of people that are interested in your industry and say, hey, let's organize in this industry to see what we can get in the cannabis arena.
Oh, absolutely. I'm so working on that. Just throwing it out there in case everybody knows though. Yeah. I'm actually creating a whole course for massage therapists on, you know, targeting like cannabis consumers, from talking with them to learning how to, you know, work with patients with cancer to MS. But also educating them on, again, we're massage therapists, we're independent contractors. So I want to teach them like, look, you may be into sports massage. So look, this may be, you know, a good avenue for you. And in this program, I forgot to mention, so I wrote a book. But and then so I'm including that in the back of my books though, just resources for them to, you know, be able to go to, and, you know, hey, I know, you know, this lawyer, or hey, I know this person who writes articles or is a content creator and whatnot. Definitely. Then maybe we're starting it out right here, right now.
Yeah. And I also think there's the Chicago chapter for MM, because I know the chapter president personally, also myself. Like, I will say that I think that there's definitely the current president right now for Chicago. She's definitely a very big, more on the advocacy as well. Like, she actually goes down to Springfield and actually talks to our elected officials personally. Like, actually, you know, there's actual content of her doing that, right? Like saying that, hey, there's deficiencies in the current legalization programs that we have here in Illinois, and these are the reasons why that's not working. And the one thing she did say that I will stress it every time. She said, and I think you know, Latasha said this as well. Like, it's that no one really shows up when she's like, hey, I have this event. I really want you guys to come out and do some things for, like, you know, lunches for kids who, I think she just did a free lunch today actually in the park and got hassled by police for it, right? Like, she actually, you know, 11 cop cars for maybe like 10 to 20 people, right? Like, you know, the advocacy has to happen from all of us. And so if we see an action, like, I'll say, hey, how can I help you? What can I do to make sure that I'm bringing that support? Because I feel like if we always try to tear off into these different, like, you know, groups in one way or another, that's why our industry is so stagnant. That's why we're not getting anywhere. Because we're using the current resources and the current avenues that she has. She has the most complete knowledge of compliancy that I've ever seen in Chicago. Like, I've learned from her, like, just coming from even a corporate standpoint. I'm like, bro, there's some things about she knows a lot of crap, right? So we have to make sure that we're using the resources that we also have here as well, and we're not always trying to go out and create our own brand new thing, because that's going to just fragment out our audience even more than it is right now. So I think if we can all come together, maybe get on LinkedIn, because that's a big network for cannabis, or maybe do something where maybe like more meet and greets, more stuff like this. I think that's going to be more cohesive than creating, like, oh, well, this group doesn't do enough of this, or this group doesn't, because we don't have enough manpower to do the things that we all want to do at the exact same time. So we'll be the change that we want to see, and we will create opportunities for ourselves by reaching out to our brothers and sisters within the cannabis industry and making that change happen. And until we do that, it's all lip service until then. And we'll always wonder.
I totally agree with you on that. And I want to get back to the advocacy and the legislative piece of it. If we could just mobilize to do that and start kind of on that end, that would be immense. Like, that would be a huge help in this industry. Last session, I kind of even worked with some people that I would definitely normally not work with. But guess what? We pulled it together. You know, we did a a joint kind of Houston. It was people that came from Houston, Dallas, Austin to lobby on the Capitol, and we kind of had to pull resources from RAMP, from the Republicans, from Democrat. I mean, we pulled them from everywhere to kind of lobby for the legislators up in Austin, and it's eye-opening because absolutely there is a huge lack of diversity when it comes to those kinds of functions. And so when we talk about having a seat at the table and we talk about getting our initiatives passed, we have to be very mindful of that same thing. In order to get those things passed or even heard, we have to show up. We have to. We can't kind of armchair it, because that just doesn't work. Especially in this state, it's kind of like, you're unseen, you don't worry about it. You're invisible, your interests are invisible, and your needs are invisible. It shouldn't work that way, but it does. And so if I could just stress, one thing is be visible as far as the legislature. It's great. It is absolutely necessary and great to be visible on social media. It's great to be visual online and all those things, but you have to be there at the legislature. You have to be advocating in that realm, because that is the only thing that responds to change in that arena. You have to show yourself available and ready to fight for change that you need.
Well, I'm game. The next time you guys go down to Austin, like, I would so go. I want to be exposed to that. Just even from vocabulary to getting my face there so people know this. I come with so much knowledge as far as like just the client part wise and the benefit, and actually seeing that the medical and the part of it. So I'm game for that the next time you go, but we'll keep the contact.
Where were you again? Were you in Galveston or?
So I was in Chicago. I'm from Chicago, but I'm in Houston now. I moved down to Houston.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought for some reason you were in Galveston. Okay.
No, Houston.
All right, y'all. This has been great. So what we kind of talked about before, during this segment, really kind of puts me in the mind of maybe how our ancestors felt right after emancipation. What do I do now? Type of deal. This is brand new to me. I've never been here. There's not a template. I see it done, but I've never, and nobody that I know has ever done this. And I can believe, I'd like to believe that a lot of them did pick up the skills that they learned in the master's house. If it was carpentry or cleaning or wood, anything. I'm quite certain that they transferred those skills, and that's something that's really important for us to do today. Were they scared? I'm sure they were. I can imagine that there were half, probably someone like us, like, we're just gonna go. We free, we leave, we're gonna do our thing, and that's it. And there was probably some, you know what, we're gonna stay here, we're gonna share the crops, and we're just gonna stay here and just kind of work it out and see what happens. Mass has been good, so on and so forth. With that, as we talked about before, both are important, but what was important for them back then, hence Juneteenth, Black and brown people coming together, there was a sense of community. And it seems like it's more, what it sounds like it's really important, that has stood the test of time, that we need to stand together as a community to make our voices louder to what we need in this community. We should not be last again in this state, in this industry. Using the resources that we have around us, our parents, our brothers, our sisters, our cousins, I always encourage to start at home. It's kind of like when your grandmother used to bring you in the living room to dance or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? You start at home, or bring you in to, sing, or, whatever, read a story from school. Start at home, start small, and work your way out. A lot of times our family are our greatest cheerleaders. Let's see, and with them, they, there was a sense, I believe, back then of political oppression as well. We weren't allowed to vote. So what's changed between that time and this time is that we do have the power of vote. Now, some of our privileges have been taken away, but we can still use our voice. So what I've heard during this segment is that despite where we are on the spectrum, that we still have power. And I think that's really powerful. And I thank you guys for sharing your thoughts on Juneteenth, the political system, you know, for us, how we can overcome that. Solutions coming together, building coalitions, really networking. It's absolutely amazing, y'all. So right now we have Puff and Pretty with another game for you guys. And then following that, we have the sweet, sultry sounds of OG Afro Puff.
Okay, I'm excited about that. Okay, so I have a one-word game. Just something simple here. So just want to go down the line and kind of touch base and see what topic it is. So how would you describe your 2020 year with one word? And Shamika, you see the list so you can choose who to go.
Amazing. Oh, am I supposed to say it out loud?
That's fine. I love the positivity. Who's next?
Let me say, our guests, put your word in the chat box. Our guests that are online, what's your one word to describe 2020? Throw it in the chat box for us.
Restart. I could agree with that too.
One word is tough.
Defining.
I would go on a limb. Of course, we see it now. Even this platform kind of says it, but I would say unity.
Okay, good one. I would say transforming.
Okay.
I like transforming. So we got unity.
I see
conflicting.
In the chat box.
Okay. Defining. What else we got? You got a Cody?
That's a good one. Unlearning.
Psychedelic. Okay.
We have unlearning. Wow, that's powerful.
Yeah, so that's a good one.
Awakening. Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Refocusing.
I'm gonna type mine in.
Yeah. One word. Let's see.
It's a lot tougher when you actually think about it.
I think, yeah, dynamic, visionary. It's been a visionary 2020 for me. All right. Anyone?
Introspective. Okay. I like that. All right. Looks like that's all we have. Thank y'all for participating
Tracy, if you
in
don't
the
mind.
game.
Tracy, if you don't mind, it's funny when you said that, I hadn't tried to label, I guess, how my year had been. And it's like one of those fascinating things. I sat here and was like, what have I been through? And then right when after I thought about that, I was like, what has everyone else been through? And it's just one of those weird things where it's like, we're in this ship together, but we're all just in different places on the ship. And it's just like one of those things, you really hope out of all these things, someone said unifying. It's like, this is like one of those times like where we need to be proud that we're a country. We need to be proud that we're stable as a country. we're going through growth. We're learning from each other. We're also learning from ourselves. I mean, being stuck at home for months on end, like people are figuring things out that have maybe bothered them for a long time. That's a really good, thank you for that question. I actually really appreciate you asking that, so thank you.
Yeah, so outside of the darkness, there is light. So we're in we're at the halfway point of the year. So you can still define it as you want to see fit going forward. How do you want your 2020 to end up? We don't have to focus on what happened last week, or just what do you want it to turn out to be?
Kind of piggybacking on that, I do kind of feel like although it was a lot of chaos, a lot of different things happening 2020, I mean, it just started off just kind of, she came in the door kicking ass and taking names, like 2020 hasn't been a joke. But I think if you're kind of able to sit back and look at like the bigger scheme of things, I can't speak for everyone else, but I know for myself, right now, I love being a Black woman right now. I love raising Black kids right now. I feel like we are blessed to see real life change happening. Yes, it might not be happening as fast as we want it or how we want it, but it is happening. And I also feel like the fact that everyone was forced to be in their house during this Corona season, all your shows are kind of not coming on anymore. So everyone's just kind of like forced to be inside. And so everyone had to watch that video of George. You know, everyone had to watch George Floyd. Even if you didn't want to, you had to, because there was kind of nothing else going on. That's all we've kind of been able to see. And I think it was good that our attention was kind of put on that. And I think that we are growing. And I kind of feel like a part of that is because of hip hop. A lot of the kids that you see out at the protest, a lot of people that are marching. I live in California. I'm in LA. It was people marching for Black Lives Matter in Newport Beach. If you're not from California, you might not know Newport Beach is extremely white. And it was a lot of people marching for Black Lives Matter. And I feel like a lot of those people were raised on hip hop. A lot of those people were raised on your Jay-Z's. A lot of those people were raised on basketball, where we excel at that. A lot of those people were raised on Kobe Bryant's and stuff. So now we're at a time where our race is growing. So now the youth of today, they can say, hey, like, no, like, all lives do matter. Like, why you want to kill Jay-Z? He raised me. Why you want to kill Kobe? Like, he raised me. I feel like now, because of the part that we have played, being your athletes, being your talent, it kind of showed us in a different light. So hopefully now that people are really seeing us, and I feel like a lot of those younger generations who were raised on us, who, I don't care what anyone says, the hip hop culture is basically Black culture, and it's raised all of America, no matter what race you are, it's raised you. And it's also helped to put a lens on the community and introduce people to the community. So I do feel like we have a long way to go, but I just feel like it's a great time to be a person of color, because I feel like we really are on the forefront of change. We're really starting to see change. Well, at least I feel like that.
I agree. That's why I said it was amazing, because never in my 57 years of living would I've ever thought that I would see the type of unity that I'm seeing today. And that's across colors. It's unity in our own group. It is all the things that you all said, transformation and all of that. But to sum it all up, when you sit back and think about what we're witnessing, as tragic as some of the events have been, what's coming out of it is amazing. And that's the word for me.
Childbirth is one of the most painfulest things that you can go through. Childbirth is horrible. Done it before. It's horrible. But at the end, you get something so beautiful. At the end, you are gifted with just a blessing. So right now, I feel like we collectively are in labor. We're giving birth to that child, but when it's done, we're going to get something beautiful at the end.
I love that analogy. It seems painful right now. You know, we got something.
It hurt like hell now.
Jamaica, can I jump in? I'd like to say I really enjoyed the conversation from everyone. I have to jump off right now, but I left my email address in the box, in the chat box. If you guys want to have further dialogue or have any follow-up questions, thank you so much for you guys putting this on. This has been an excellent communication for everyone. Thank you. It was a great pleasure meeting everybody. And again, email me if you guys have any dialogue that you want to continue.
Thank you, Latasha. And go ahead and shout out your special that you're having before you get off here.
I put it in the box. So it is a free hour consultation for your legal and business needs of your cannabis business. You can ask me any questions. I can help you kind of formulate a plan. Only for the attendees that are on, only for the attendees that are on now. I can't have all those hours racking up. I'll never get anything done. But for the attendees that are here, for the attendees that are here, I will help you guys formulate a plan or kind of answer any legal questions that you have for our consultation. So please take advantage of that. I put it in the box to tell you how to do that so we can schedule it and put you on the calendar. Best wishes to all of you, and I know that you'll be successful in whatever you do. If you have any questions, again, my email address is there, and feel free to email me.
All right, thank you, Natasha.
Thank
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, also, I want to chime in and say a little something. As far as our culture, it is now global. So with the mixture and the spread of our culture, that's why I think it is the integration of the young race. Because to love our culture, they have to love us. And as that old inbred dies out with that old race, and as our influence in the world, our influence in economics, our influence in finances, we are able to bridge with these younger generations where these racial lines start to become blurry and will start to fade away.
I appreciate that comment. I just want to piggyback on that back over here, what is it, in Britain, the prince and the new queen, I forget their name, sorry. But anyways, if they were able to break through that cycle, like we're there, we're so almost there. But yes, very true.
Yes. All right, OG, how are we feeling over there? Are we ready?
We're feeling warmed up.
We have a selection from OG Afropuff. How do you like to do this? Do you like to be introduced with the songs, or do you like to give your presentation? How diva are you with your singing?
Oh, I like to call myself an old school singer, so I like to go deep into the messages of what that song is about and kind of bring my own spin, my own emotional spin to it. So for this first set that I'm going to do, it's going to be On and On by Erykah Badu. She actually was a really big influence for me because she actually was my first introduction as a young person into the more psychedelic side of music, right? Like I learned a lot from just her lyrics and stuff like that. And so she talks about empowerment here, you know, let me just sing it for you guys. So I hope you guys enjoy. Just let me know what you think. Oh my, I'm feeling high. My money's gone, I'm all alone. 1, 2, 3, the world keeps burning. Oh, what a day, what a day, what a day. Peace and blessings manifest with every lesson learned. If any knowledge worth your will, it will be well earned. If we were made in his image, then call us by our name. Most intellects do not believe in God, but they fear us just the same. On and on and on and on. Yes, yes. I go on and on and on and on. I go on and on and on and on. Sorrow keeps moving. moving like a rolling stone. On and on and on and on. God damn it, I'ma sing my song. I was born underwater with $3 and 6 dimes. Yeah, you may laugh, but you did not do your math. 1, 2, 3. Damn, y'all feel it? I know it's not just me. 1, 2, 3. The world keeps turning. Oh, what a day, what a day, what a day. The man that knows something knows that he knows nothing at all. Whether it seems colder in your summertime and hotter in your fall. But we were made in his image and called us by our names. Most intellects do not believe in God, but they hear us just the same. Oh, and on and on and on. That's how it keeps moving like a rolling. I go on and on and on and on. Now props to the gosh. I go on and on and on and on. That's how it keeps moving like a rolling stone. On and on and on and on. Now props to the gosh. I'm feeling kind of hungry. Cause my heart keeps coming down. Don't feed me yours, cause your food does not endure. I think I need a cup of tea. The world keeps burning. Oh, what a day. What a day, what a day. Rushing to destruction cause we don't have nothing left. The mothership can't save you, so your ass is gonna get laid. If we were made in his image, then call us by our name. Most intellects do not believe in God, but they hear us just the same. Oh, and on and on and on. Yes, it keeps moving like a rolling stone. On and on and on and on, and on and on and on. Yes, it keeps moving like a rolling stone. On and on and on and on, on and on. Thank you guys. I have one more song for you guys, if it's okay. I'm actually gonna do Redbone by Childish Gambino. Do you guys, want to try it?
OG, can you guys see her? I can't see her.
Oh no, is it sweet? Is it frozen?
Can you guys see her?
Yeah, it's froze.
What about now?
Good.
Yeah, I just feel that.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Sorry about that, guys. I'm gonna do Redbone by Childish Gambino. It's actually an acoustic song that I actually did for YouTube, and I love it. I think it kind of fits in well with this as well, with some of our culture being in the hip hop industry as well, right? So let's bring some of that to the forefront. Daylight, I wake up feeling like you won't play right. I used to know, but now that you Don't you close your eyes. Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Yeah.
You need to sing more.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
Great job. Great job.
Yeah. Gorgeous. Oh, thank you so much, girl. We got that serenade feeling all good and groovy now. I love it. I love it. So, giveaways. What giveaways do we have? Hemp Choco Romero, are you on with us? I've seen you in the chat. He has a product that has not even been released yet that he is giving away this evening. Everyone light some candles. Romero, are you with us? Would you like to come on and speak? Okay. So yes, okay, give him a few minutes. All right, cool. So other giveaways, Puffin' Pretty, what you got going on?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. So I have some bracelets to give away. They'll be in the swag bags and also available to all the panelists. So I appreciate y'all for showing up. And we'll send those out later this week. Let me see if I can get one to show you in one moment.
And really quickly, we got our, I'm representing, my camera is kind of up. But we got Come and Token right here, Cody, y'all. He's 10% off of his shirt.
I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah.
Oh, I have the shirt on now. I don't think we can see the bracelet. Let's see.
I think you have to try to keep it in front of your face or something, because the background image is overlaying.
So what?
I'm trying.
Okay. Cool. So Puffin' Pretty, you have, those are going in the swag bags. The Come and Token t-shirts are all for our VIP swag bag attendees. You get one of these in your swag bag, you will get a Juneteenth Virtuation event rolling tray. You will also get a Puffin' Pretty rolling tray. We have some, we have Elizabeth Allen's 50% off coupon for her book, Potluck Cannabis Style, I'm sorry, not stock, but style. Getting stocks, yeah. Y'all be careful. It just started storming here in Texas, so y'all be safe. You have to get out, be safe. Coming through here. Let's see, what else do we have? Mecca was on earlier. It's 10% off of all of his gear in the store. His store, Atlantavis, clothing.com. On there, let's see, who else did we have? I think that's it for right now. So I want to move forward, keep us moving forward, and I want to talk about the Latino experience with what's been going on here in Texas, because not only has there been Black folks here in Texas that have been targeted per se, but also our Latino community has been affected in similar ways, if not almost the same ways. But you guys have made some really, really huge strides yesterday too, as far as in the legislation. Kind of talk to us. So this is Grace Del Lago with Texas CBD blog. Tell us a little bit about your experience with Juneteenth, what's been going on politically here in Texas, and then your journey in the cannabis space as an ancillary business.
So yeah, so politically here in Texas, with considering with Juneteenth, I just am really so how I learned about Juneteenth originally, because I didn't know it was a holiday until really a few years ago. One of my coworkers, she was from Houston, very proud Black woman, very, very, very proud. And I love that about her. I loved it because she had so many refreshing stories from so many different things that she's experienced from a little girl that she was just willing to like have a conversation with me about. And it was, so through that, so since her birthday is in July, she would always, and I worked with her for 2 years, she would always talk about Juneteenth. And that's where I really learned about it. And I got to ask her questions and like what it meant to her, especially since she was born in the 60s, and like what it was like. She was the youngest of 3, and what it was like growing up with like the family dimension. And so that's where I came from, me, and like why it was always important, because I saw it was important to, 1, my friend, and 2, just like in general, especially like as you said, like within Texas, with like the history behind it, which makes me, with like the whole story about how we were like, you know, individuals were the last people to be, you know, to told that they were free, which makes me mad on a lot of different levels. But like within the whole Juneteenth, it's just, I really appreciate like the awareness. And for me as like a friend and like an ally, anytime I see that information, for me, it's just like to not to stay quiet, but like to just like listen and amplify all of those stories, because they're so important to tell, and from different experiences, especially for these past months. And because I know I can say 100 different things about different things, especially within the cannabis industry. But it's not, sometimes it's like, you know, everyone has a different story, and I want to make sure those stories are heard. And especially days like today. So, but thank you for like letting me be here. It's really, and so like within cannabis, within Texas, in my experience, I kind of touched on it a little bit earlier about how it really, within Texas, especially how it was banned originally, because within the word marijuana and like how it was twisted, how it was originally cannabis used in the early 19th century. And that's what was used in the products, but it wasn't until they used marijuana, and it was because, you know, those dirty Mexicans, they were using it, and that's how they smelled it. And that, you know, that's, you know, we all know the history for the most part, and how it got twisted and banned. And as somebody who grew up within like Texas and within Latino community, it's always made me sad in my experience growing up about how it was just like a polluted word, when it was like it should never have been. But you know, we have, you know, for me growing up, it's going through growing pains and like learning, like really digging through the history, because just like all of us within the cannabis industry now, it was just, we all know it was hard finding facts and finding, you know, the real information that was going out there through different advocates and different avenues. Right now, I feel like it's a little easier because we have the internet and different information. But just as like everyone here is saying, how it was difficult 4 years ago, it's still difficult now. But you know, it's hard to kind of separate with just like anything about how the internet is, somebody making a buck versus somebody providing you with like genuine information. And for me, in my experience, and why one of the reasons I created the blog is, yes, I have technical skills, yes, I have marketing skills, yes, I'm here because I want to learn how to really like to market within the digital community and not get around, that's a bad way to put it, but like, you know, understand how to work through certain like legislation and how to work through like the rules, especially when it comes to like AI, and oh my God, that's another thing. But like, and like learning like the algorithms and like what is triggering it and et cetera, because that's my thing. But really, not just that, but also providing a place of like sincerity of, I want to see movement within like my culture as you know, as a, you know, a Latino woman, and, you know, and all like minorities in general, and within like, you know, the LGBT community and et cetera, because it's been too long that it was like looked down upon if you used it. You know, I know when I was younger, that's what I was initially, that's what I was taught to do, and not keep an open mind to it. But yeah, so I feel like with me and like a lot of the people that I bring, and like I especially appreciate you here, because I like to find like genuine and spend my time with genuine individuals, where there's nothing wrong about making money off of this. Like, I want everybody to make a living off of this. If this is what you want, you can do it. And I want that, and I support that 100%. And I'm like, hey, let's do this. But on the flip side of it, I want to make sure that, you know, within my information that I share, it's coming from like a genuine place. Like, hey, these people, yeah, they have these technical skills, but they do love the plant. You know, they have a story to tell, and they have a different way to tell their story, whether it be like a cancer survivor to it, or they just might like it for like the psychedelic part with like the mental health portion of it. Like, it's just, again, it's such, like, cannabis is a female plant. And I like to point it out as like, it's a plant that meets you where you're at, no matter where you are. Because us as women, we understand how to communicate and just kind of like figure that portion out. And that's what I love about cannabis. Is that's one of the reasons why you can't make medical claims, because it treats everybody, because everyone's different and it reacts to everyone differently. But that's something what I love within the cannabis industry is when you're, as you said, niches are in the riches. When you're finding your niche and you find that one spot where you kind of feel your way through it, like, you know, find like this is where you belong, you can grow and like completely flourish because you're able to find those like little spots, and cannabis has the ability to do that no matter what it is. So that's what I love about, you know, people who are passionate about the plant and the different types of, you know, the like remedies and elements of how to even extract coming from different cultures and bringing that to it. And that's one of the things, you know, going back to, you know, today, what we're all here about is hearing how people use it and how it's used differently and how it affects different people. And that's what should be highlighted, because, you know, like I was on Instagram, I was Instagram live for 2 hours, and I had 2 people like be really excited that I was there. And I'm like, you know what? Even though no one was really on there for a little while, hey, I reached one person who's like, send me everybody's information on here. Like, they want to work with people. So because, you know, because you made a space, you were able to connect people together right now. You were able to touch another life that you didn't even know you were going to have an impact with. So it's like when you woke up today, you didn't realize you're going to actually impact hundreds of people instead of just like, you know, 14, 20. It's like, actually, no, there's a lot more lives. Then getting back to like the Latino portion of it, like we're all really like huggy and lovey, and we want to have that physical connection with people. And that's, again, what I feel like cannabis brings, and especially within today, and that you have helped today as well. You brought that physical connection through a Zoom call, but you know, you still did it. And that's what's so beautiful about today, and also how it relates to cannabis. So yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Grace.
Yeah, thank you, Grace, so much. Yeah, that was beautiful. We're all in it together. I saw a clip on Instagram. Gentleman was being interviewed by a Fox reporter about the experiences. I believe it was when I can't remember exactly when it was, but it was an older clip. But what he said in there that was interesting, he really pointed out, he stressed out for the Black and Brown community to come together, especially here in Texas, because we would be more powerful. We would get the people in there that, you know, that should be in there, that we want in there. So the Black and Brown community coming together, united, is such a voice, you know, that's one that would break the sound barrier, you know, per se.
Yeah, and even if like, because I know last year within like, especially like the south side of San Antonio, because I lived in San Antonio for 29 years. And I worked with a lot of different brands that were coming out of there. And like St. May is a really good example of, you know, they were a Latino brand. And they're really passionate about then that equal access to even though their items were a little, you know, more expensive for people in that side of town, they were still working on programs to give them access to their items. But just as everyone has spoken about here, and I think it's, again, showing up to the polls and showing up to vote, because even though that equal access within like the products itself, because, you know, you still have to pay for research, manufacturing, whatever, but at least you can give them equal access to like a plant. You know, you can still give them release. You can still prevent them from getting charged for having possession of the plant in general. And that's just huge to like, just to people's lives in general. you know, and, you know, I don't get to go into that, but like, cause, you know, I know I understand it. It's insane. And I don't want, like, I don't want another life affected that way. You know, that's not a way that I want the generations that I influence. I don't want that to be a struggle that they have to, you know, go through. So it's just showing up and voting. Because even if you again, yeah, it's expensive to manufacture, etc. I can go into all of that within all the industry side of things. But it's even just as simple as voting, making sure it's legal, making sure that people just don't get charged, and that you just have that, just the equal access, that you're not afraid to have it in your car and in your home. That's really a huge weight off people's shoulder when you use it as medicine, because it's providing so much healing mentally and physically. Because I know for me, I have the worst anxiety on the planet. Like, I would not be able to do this if I wasn't like somewhat high, but like, because it's crazy. But if, you know, if I don't have to worry about, you know, having an, you know, an eighth or somebody coming in and something happening, because, you know, with CBD and I have my COAs, but what if you didn't, you know, what if you didn't have that opportunity? What if you didn't have it? So that's how we can make sure we provide that equal access to people.
So speaking of access, Grace, do you know any doctors that, you know, are taking patients that wants to write the prescriptions and approve them for the medical card?
Not
in
in
Texas?
I've heard of people in Oklahoma, but then they've changed the stuff. They've changed the rules in Oklahoma where you can't have a medical card if you're from Texas. I know that they were trying to get Texans to do it, or to get the medical card. And within 1325, within the expansion of the Compassionate Care Act, I know that it wasn't, included an expansion of not the disabilities, but like the conditions that you can have. Yes, it was only raised by 0.2. Yes, there was like, no, a lot of people were happy about that, but for me, I was happy about this. Before, to get your medical cannabis card, you had to have 2 different doctors. You had to go see 2 people. Now you only can see 1. I don't know who those doctors are, but just the fact that you don't have to make 2 extra steps, because I mean, especially if you're sick, it's a pain going to the doctor, just in general being healthy. And I have friends who have serious health conditions, and it's hard. So just did that in general, man. Like, I thought that was a huge weight off of at least progress in the right direction. So, but you know, it's all about going out and voting. But if I find any, I have you on Instagram. I will let you know.
Appreciate it.
I know once
I have multiple sclerosis, so I mean, I would qualify, but it's just the access isn't available. You don't know what the doctors are.
My friend Sanja here, she talks about it all the time. I think she has like fibromyalgia, so I know she takes stuff. I don't know if she just gets it from Texas or if she just gets her plug in Colorado. But I'll ask her and see if she knows anything. So
okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Grace. Romero, are you with us? Still no?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes,
I've been here most of the time. I miss 5 or 10 minutes because, like you said, it's raining, so I'm running around moving cars, moving plants, doing crazy stuff. But yeah, I've been here most of the time. It's good to hear everybody's stories and what everybody's got going on. And pretty much, I'm here for the same reason all you guys are. Everybody passionate about the plant, and all seems to be the same group of people. If you've been to some of these shows, like around the state or even in other states, I notice personally, like, it's always the same type of people that come up to me after the shows, and it's usually the people that look like me. And it's sad to say, but that segregation is industry wide, and it's something that, like y'all been talking about, you know, showing up, putting pressure, voting, making calls to legislators, collecting signatures, sending emails, doing whatever you can at every level to get the laws changed. And that's what it takes.
Absolutely.
Sorry. Can you hear me good? I'm using this earpiece, and I'm trying to get used to it.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. And so I I guess I'll share a little of my stories, like everybody did right at the beginning. I cut off right at the end of Elise's story with the potluck book, but I guess I was called right after that, and then I cut back in. So I like I said, I caught most of it. I touch on a little bit of everything. So on Juneteenth wise, it's really significant and important to me this year, like a lot of people, because I've been out there like on the front lines, like at some of these protests, to where the police are still acting violently in escalating situations where it's peaceful protesters, and it shouldn't be happening. But there's a lot going on right now, so there's a lot more focus on it. Like before in my city, there was small gatherings, like in the Black communities mainly, but now you have like a few more celebrations citywide, to where people are all over having Juneteenth celebrations today. And myself, I haven't celebrated anything Juneteenth wise since I was younger, and my grandfather took me to the flats, to the African American side of our town. I'm from a small town, it's like up towards where Shamika's from Stanford, Texas. It's a small farm community. So that's kind of why I'm into the industry as well. So my grandfather took me there basically because he wasn't a farmer, but he was a seed supplier. He drove a truck there for the seed company, and the small towns back then, more of the African American and the Hispanic community were tight knit. How you guys are seeing we need to be now. I guess because we all work more together, work fields together, so we're a little more tight knit then. And so he took me there, and he was pretty much, we're the only Hispanic family besides maybe one other one, but so that's where it's real significant now, because it is looking to where the younger generations are getting to where, like a point to where it was back then, to where they're understanding and kind of building a community, and getting together, like you guys are saying, from the hip hop music, seeing like, oh, we really are one culture, regardless of the skin tone. So on the Juneteenth side, that's why it's significant. And from a small town, like I said, I started trying to do like a Texas hemp co-op, just to build like for rural, like small communities, just to get the farmers that are struggling back on to growing hemp. So that just came in, say, 4 years ago or so. But I originally started researching hemp, say, in 2010, after my first daughter was born. My first daughter was born in 2007. So by the time she was able to eat, we're trying to see what, they're eating like a vegetarian diet, like the high chef was speaking about earlier, and it was really going good. So we're thinking, okay, what besides beans and these other protein sources, like what was the best protein source? So I always knew about cannabis just from it being in our culture, just being Hispanic and Black, any uncles and aunts, anybody has been arrested, has consumed cannabis, and it's just one of those things in our culture. So I always knew about cannabis, consumed cannabis in my later years after my teens, but I started researching about hemp, the best protein, and I found out it was hemp seed. And I always knew like hemp for clothing. I didn't know anything else much about it. And that's like, say, in 2010. So I started buying hemp seed and consuming hemp seed, and started reading the packages and wondering why the hemp we're consuming was coming from overseas and from Canada. So I started researching and seeing what groups were trying to change it and legalize it. And I came across a couple of industry groups, the HIA and Vote Hemp. So I joined them like 2010, 11, and started organizing Hemp History Week events in my community, and just giving people hemp samples, hemp milk, hemp seed, just all the products that were coming out before CBD or anything that was out, hemp granola bars, and just having to explain like the health benefits of it. So that's been my main reason for it. Like I say, just trying nutrition wise, and I never really thought about starting a company or anything like that. I'm not, even today, I'm not really out just trying to sell product or anything like that, where I should be. I have product on the, in a box now, but there's other more important things right now that I'm working on that need to be changed. But like I say, I started doing that and having these events, and then kind of stopped a little because I started working on other stuff at that time. Like I had a second daughter, so I was still consuming hemp seed, and it wasn't until about 2014 to where I had 2 kids now, and then I noticed more family was needing hemp protein and cannabinoids, so I was trying to just spread it out more. So I started making chocolates because my kids weren't really wanting to eat hemp seeds every day. They were getting tired of hemp seeds on toast, hemp seeds on their pizzas, hemp seeds on everything. Ramen noodles, you're getting hemp seeds in them because that's stuff we eat. But there's, after my daughters got a certain age, you can't. It's really when they got into school, like elementary school, like the whole diet chain, like you have to start eating what they provide. Like you get put into that system, like that whole system of not eating good, because it's it's hard to send good healthy food every day. Just it's costly, and it's hard to do with kids. Kids don't want to eat it. But for the most part, that lasted a good while, and so when I got older, that's when I started producing the chocolate pieces with hemp seed, and then eventually CBD came around, so I started adding CBD oils, and then I met with the lady that owns a company that my wife actually works for now, but the lady passed away, and she had cancer, and she would always order chocolates from me with CBD in them for herself, and I guess for clients, because she does like in-home health, takes care of older patients, Alzheimer's and different sicknesses. So she was ordering just lots of chocolates from me with CBD and hemp seed, and so that's kind of just how I started and why I started making a business out of it. And still today, I haven't made over $100. I'm still negative thousands of dollars, because I've been trying to do this since 2010 just to educate people and get hemp seed actually legalized. Like in 2014, we were working real hard to get that passed, and that's when it finally passed in Colorado. Everywhere, it started opening up to grow hemp, and so I worked a lot on the legislation on that side. The 2018 stuff that came up, the Farm Bill, I worked a lot on that with the HIA, and it's kind of when I stepped back and stopped working with them a little, because it's working so long, you're trying to, like, I started looking to, like, okay, now that I have this business, what am I going to do with it? How am I going to build it? I'm not just going to be $5,000-$10,000 investment that anybody could go do and just have some white label company out there. It's with raw cacao, with the sustainably sourced cacao from Mexico, and then just sustainably sourced hemp, simple products at a great price for people that demographics that looked and just felt like I felt about things. Like I said, and then I stopped working with those groups just because of like I said, I was searching for capital, kept hitting roadblocks. Not even just because I'm, a felon. I mean, there's many other reasons that I've hit roadblocks for capital, and it's like I said, I've looked different avenues, and I've spoken with large organizations, small organizations, been to the very last step, and I think it's mostly just for asking those right questions. You know, you have to educate yourself and make sure you're not going in and jumping off the cliff on one of these deals and just giving everything away, giving your dream away. So I learned a lot trying to raise capital, and I went into these meetings asking lots of questions, and I think that kind of stopped me from some of them. And then there's so many other things out there. There's fraud that you got to watch out for. I've been approached with millions of dollars of international investments, but it turns out to be kind of skittish frauds, so I just turned away. So there's so many things out there, so many snakes out there in the hemp field, especially here in Texas. Like I said, 30 minutes ago, I was scrambling to get my plants in here, and I didn't think I was gonna be growing plants 2 months ago until all this lockdown and everything else started happening. So I didn't think I would have this product that I have released now. So it's crazy how things work out, and like the main thing, just don't give up and keep showing up. Like heard many of you say, vote and do whatever it has to do to make those changes. And if anybody has any questions, I could ramble on.
Romero,
you have a great product, because I still have some of the hemp seeds that I won from Shamika's other event.
Thank you. What was the question? What about the cocoa powder? Did you finish that with the protein powder?
I probably have about an inch and a half left in my jar.
Right. Okay. See, now that product too, that's another product that I was working on putting out in bulk, and I do have for sale, like to big box stores that, you know, I'm just waiting for them to pick up product like that. If anybody does have product that they want to list, like for stores to pick up, like CVS or Walgreens or anything like that, look into the Range Me platform, and it's real easy to get your product on there and get it listed. And these companies, like, they contact you like, hey, we want to see your product. This, you know, and try to set up meetings with you. Now there is the payable part to it, or there's a free. I'm on a free platform, and I've gotten plenty of hits on there, plenty of letters of intent from companies from Canada to Mexico, of big box stores that actually want product on the shelf. But once you get in those meetings and sit down, you get back to the point to okay, I need thousands of dollars to get my product on these huge stores that have hundreds of shelves. So there is, like you say, I know people were asking if there's other like avenues, or there's source for where we can look for everything at once. And it is kind of hard, because there is somebody here raising capital for people of color, somebody here raising capital for, you know, just ancillary. And it depends. Like I say, I've tried on that just ancillary side, just with ideas. I have tons of ideas. If anybody wants to share ideas, I have free ideas to give out, just stuff that I think will work that I don't have the time or capital, you know, to do. And I like I said, I mainly started this just for like on the hemp farming side, just on the to rural redevelopment. Like I said, because I still have family. My mom, grandmother, brothers, sisters, nieces still all live in West Texas, in a small farming town. And it's going to benefit towns like that most, to where, you know, you have farmers with just like the highest suicide rate, just crazy, just the stuff you don't hear on the news. But so that's why I started on the hemp farming side, and just on the product side is just on the health and wellness, and all that. You know, it takes getting up every day and, you know, doing something towards it, be it legislation or building your product, or it takes a little bit of everything. You also got to take those breaks and refresh and take time for the family. So I also have, like I said, 2 daughters, a wife, and now we got a puppy now with this COVID crisis came. We got to get the kids a puppy.
Hey, Romero, this is Cody with Come and Token.
Yes.
do me a favor and send me your contact information. I can probably help you out with some of this stuff. I'm pretty involved actually right now with my other job involves like CP, like FDA, EPA certified product generation, infusion, and distribution. Just can you put your email up and I'll reach out to you, and I'll put mine up so you can reach out to me. I definitely think that we could work together. I could help you out with some of that distribution. So.
Sure, definitely. I'll do that for sure. Thanks for that. And that is something else I do want to say. Like, anyone on this call, I know Shamika always puts together a potent lineup, and she always has a quality events. That's why anytime she has something outside her to involve me. So I did want to reach out. So anybody that does have something that they could help with or that I could help with, I am to that point to I am looking to expand. Like say, the capital side is still not, don't have tons of capital, but we still have lots of room to grow and lots of ways to grow. Like say, I have talked with all the large groups that are giving capital out, and they're barely getting to that point now to where they want to distribute it to people of color. But like you say, we'll see where that goes from there. But the skill set, what everybody could bring to the table, like you're saying, is what can make it go further than the capital. Because I'm sure all of you have seen all these companies without skills that have been funded, highly funded, and even that public there just went straight to the ground because they don't have skills or a large network or community of people that are truly passionate, really wanting to move the industry forward.
Absolutely. Thank you, Romero. Thank you, Cody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So now I want us to get into a little bit. You were talking about the capital of your business, and we were talking earlier, about not having the capital, how we face challenges with earning or building capital for our cannabis or psychedelic community businesses. Now, Elizabeth, you've written a book about stocks. Now, this is a question that I get asked a lot. How do I invest in stocks? And I want to be able to invest in stocks to build this capital, or to have a residual income coming in from the cannabis industry. Is investing in stock a good way to independently raise capital for your business? And for those of us that want to get into buying stocks, what's a couple of the first steps that we need to take before we actually start investing?
And before you start doing what?
Start investing.
One, you have to really, you need to know if that's the route you want to take. You want to have a brokerage account so that you could do that for. You want to allot X amount of dollars that you're going to play with, whether it's $50, $100, whatever it is. Any investment is a risk. Any investment in the stock market, whether it's Coca-Cola, whether it's Procter & Gamble, whether it's Tesla, whatever, it's all risk because you're betting on 8 weeks. I will say that the cannabis stocks have been tremendous. They have gone up. Some of them have gone up as much as 1,000%. Others 200-300%. Others 80%. Have seen a tremendous demand for CBD, and that you've seen a lot of partnerships and mergers. You have some companies buying a fleet of cars to do delivery because they couldn't get out. So we understand the market first. Then you could talk to your broker, but most of them are going to steer you away from cannabis stocks. As the other gentleman was saying, that in this industry, in the hemp industry, a lot of unscrupulous people So you do have some companies in the cannabis market that are publicly traded that are just trying to take your money, and they really don't have product, they really don't have a building, and it's a shell company just trying to get money. So you have to always do your due diligence. And so in my book, I gave links on how to research, where to go, look at the marijuana index, just a lot of things, just really a step-by-step guide. So you can look and go back to your other question. You asked, is that a way for people? Investing is one thing that's for the long term. Most novice people getting in investments are not day traders. So they're not going to know how to get in and out the market very quickly. And so they would get stuck with holding some worthless stocks. So a lot of that is just really doing your due diligence, asking questions, joining other traders to ask questions. If you set up your own brokerage accounts, then you want to do the paper trades that they give you. And
Can you guys hear me? Type yes or no over in the chat. Can't hear me? You can? Oh, okay, great. Okay, perfect. Okay, great. I can't hear you guys at all. So I just we have the first lady. Yes, Queen. So we have the first lady of the West Coast who has joined the conversation, guest panelist. She is the first African-American woman to have her own exclusive strain in line. I am definitely fanning out with you, First Lady. I've been following you for a long time, and we've been kind of chopping it up back and forth on Instagram for a while. So I'm very honored that you have decided to join us on this wonderful Juneteenth. Please feel free to please tell us a little bit more about yourself and Black Girl Magic products that you have.